Are you writers? Well, I hope you have your pencils sharpened, your pens filled with ink, and you've stretched out your fingers so they're nimble on the keyboard. Because I Should Be Writing will be starting at noon Pacific Time sharp. See you there. Oh my gosh, I am so excited. Why? Because I Should Be Writing will be starting soon. Get ready. I can feel it. In my little felt heart. I Should Be Writing will be starting very soon. Derek will be live. Get your ideas ready. I see there's a digital writer's room that's going to happen too. Can't wait for you to be a part of it. Sharpen your pencils. Sharpen your mind. I Should Be Writing will begin soon.
All right, everybody. Hello. Welcome to I Should Be Writing. My name is Derek DeNicola. I'm a writer-producer here in Los Angeles, California. And I'm going to give everybody a chance to trickle into the stream today. Some cool stuff going on. If you're on Twitch, you should go follow Squeekah, Squeekah, doing a wonderful thing for the holidays. Right now she is raising money for the American Cancer Society. So you should definitely go visit her stream. Maybe if you haven't, make a nice little donation. Also, your viewership is appreciated. The higher the viewership, the more eyes are drawn to her cause. So it's always a good way to get others to donate if you cannot yourself, right? Okay. Let's see here. The music's catchy at the beginning, isn't it? So is that little puppet. All right. Okay, you know what? Now's a good time to do this. Let me go ahead and start recording this. Okay, that thing that we all secretly Google, affect versus effect, right? Here's the fast version. Here's a fast version. Affect means the action. That affect is usually a verb, meaning that is an action that usually influences something, while effect is usually the result of something. Here's an example. Lack of sleep can affect your writing. Then A, F-F-E-C-T. Effect is usually going to be, so here's a clear example. A lack of sleep can affect your writing, influence your writing. Now, the result of a lack of sleep is that it effectively makes your scenes worse. Or the inside of that is the effect makes your scenes worse. A lack of sleep can affect your writing and in effect make your scenes worse. A quick way to learn this is that A stands for action, the influence of something, the influencing of something. A quick way to learn this is that A is the influencing of something, therefore it is the action. There's a clearer way to say that. Think A for action, the action of influencing something, while E is the end result of something. So if you can swap in the word influence into your sentence, use affect. If you could swap in the word result, use effect. Be sure to like, subscribe, and follow my videos for longer content. Thanks. There's a video in there somewhere. Thanks everybody for if you're rewatching this, being patient while I get through some of these little vertical videos. I say money. There's no money in that. Just gotta advertise yourself, baby. That's the truth. I was also thinking about maybe doing a little short video on then versus than. I'm thinking about how I'd want to say it. Because then with an E is a reference to time or a sequence, which is also still parallel to time. And then is your comparison, right? So I'd rather write than sleep is a good one. But you can also say, I'll write then sleep, because you're talking about chronology, you're talking about time. So if you're comparing two things, then you want then. If it's first this, then that, then you want then. Maybe, yeah, I don't know. Well, hey, let's just make the video anyway. I'll figure it out in the edit. Mixing up these two tiny little words can make you look instantly less professional. Then versus than. Than is a comparison. I would rather sleep than write. Then deals with time, order, a sequence of events. I would like to write, then go to sleep. So if you're comparing two things, T-H-A-N is the way to go. And if you're talking about time, first this, then that, then you want then. See? It gets easier once you do it a few times, but be sure to pay attention to it in your script, otherwise you don't want to come across as looking amateurish. Be sure to pay attention to the little things in your script. The slightest thing can really throw people off, especially those who do know their grammar. Thanks for watching my video. Be sure to like, subscribe, and follow my YouTube channel for longer content. Thank you. You'll see that one be highly edited. I'll tell you that right now. I wanted to talk about on-the-nose dialogue too. If you ever heard like I'm just going to do a little test run of this. If you've ever heard someone describe dialogue as being too on the nose, well, what does that mean? It's whenever a character will literally state their feelings. It's probably the vomit draft version of your dialogue. I'm angry with you because you forgot my birthday. But subtext, which is the more elevated way to write dialogue that shows your professionalism, that shows your growth as a writer, is whenever they will say something else to reveal, when your character will say something else to reveal how they feel. Like, if you were to be passive aggressive, wow, it's really great to know that my birthday is less important than you answering your emails. Wow, okay. It's the same emotion, right? Just a little more interesting, um, and builds depth of character. So a quick check. What can a quick check be? If your dialogue kind of sounds like a diary entry, right? Where you just really scribble out how you feel, the first thing that kind of comes to mind, then ask yourself, well, how would your character say it? And if you've done your character work, you should know your character personality. How would a passive aggressive character say this? How would a cop say this? How would a librarian say this? How would a toddler say this? And how would a person who was born in the 1970s say this, for example? So let the audience connect the dots. Your audience will feel smarter, your characters will feel real, and during the next rewrite, just pick one scene and turn every on-the-nose piece of dialogue into subtext. That's what I would do. Okay. All right. So I think that's kind of how I want to record it. I should start. Hello, writers. What does it mean when someone says this dialogue is on the nose? Well, it means that your characters are saying exactly what they feel, and maybe your dialogue is lacking subtext. Here's an example of on-the-nose dialogue. I'm angry at you because you forgot my birthday. What you really want is subtext. Subtext is whenever what you really want is subtext. Subtext is whenever a character says something else to imply how they feel. Here's an example of subtext. Wow, good to know my birthday's less important than your emails. Okay, same emotion, but same emotion, different delivery. Now we know something about this character. Seems a little passive aggressive. So a quick check you can do to make sure your dialogue isn't too on the nose is to go back, review, and see if it sounds like a diary entry or a therapy session. Then ask yourself, how would my character say this? If you've done your character work, you should know. My character is a judge, passive aggressive, a mother, a librarian. Use those context clues to build better dialogue. Let the audience connect the dots. They'll feel smarter, and you'll look better. Be sure to like and subscribe, and follow my YouTube channel for longer content. Thank you. Okay, another one down. Love this. Let's see. What else can I do here? Another idea too. This one's about like the style of the screenplay page. I kind of wanted to talk about the amount of action lines. Things can look really, really dense whenever it's all action lines and no dialogue. If a reader, especially if a screenplay, sees like a wall of text, their brain kind of shuts off, or they just push the paper away and go, nope. You do kind of want white space in screenplays, and as a loose rule, not a law, of course, but I would try and keep action blocks maybe 2 to 4 lines. Sorry, I got distracted by my own video. Man, my YouTube has so much lag. Okay, about 2 to 4 lines to give every eye, like the eyes, a break, and then write in short visual chunks. Like if you have a new beat, it's a new paragraph. It's kind of something to. Is a good rule of thumb. So, when the action shifts. This is a great time for a new paragraph. Can you break the rule? Yes, of course. Okay, let's go ahead and film this puppy. Screenwriters, are you worried that you have too many action lines in your script? It is a real concern. When it comes to screenplays, we do actually want some white space. Now, what I'm about to tell you is not law, but it is a good rule of thumb. If a reader sees too many action lines, too much of a word density on your page, if a reader sees too much word density on your page, blocks and blocks of action lines, their eyes might check out. Their mind might say, nope, not reading a novel today. So here is a good rule of thumb. 2 to 4 sentences per action line maximum. You always want to start a new paragraph whenever the action shifts. Try dedicating maybe 2 lines to atmosphere and another 2 lines to the action and the characters. Even that is kind of a maximum. You want to do as much as you can with as little as possible so it feels like you're flying through the script. Can you break this rule? Of course! It's just know that longer blocks of text are going to be a little bit more of a burden on your reader, and you should always understand that you're trying to get somebody to read your script. It's one of the hardest things to do. So take that advice. I hope it helps. Take it with a grain of salt. And if you like, and be sure to like, subscribe, and follow my videos for longer content on YouTube. Thanks. Okay. How we doing? Good. Still plugging away. Let me go ahead and put this up here. Pin it. Perfect. Perfect. Let's see. What other things do writers struggle with? Oh my goodness. Yeah. The the difference between internal and external stakes, I think, is a good one too. Um, like if your script is feeling flat, you might be missing um, stakes, right? But there's two kinds. You have external, internal. External is very plot driven. It is like if they fail and the heist goes wrong, then they go to jail. If the marriage ends, then he loses his kids. If X, then the city blows up or is hit by the comet. Internal stakes are emotional. If your character fails at emotional stakes, it confirms their worst fear. Oh my God, I'm unlovable. I'm a fraud and an imposter, or people always abandon me. Things like that. In a sports movie, uh, is a great example because it's always directly external and internal. The external being, we need to win the championship, or or will or the franchise will be dissolved. Right? It's always something like that, like against semi-pro or the replacements or something like that. And an internal stake is always they have to prove to themselves that they're more than what their friends and family think of them. We always see that trope. They're always both in there. Um, the true takeaway, though, is that you definitely want both. You have to make your movie feel rich, add depth, dynamicism. So the plot will keep us watching, but the emotional stakes will make us care. A good rule to ask yourself, a good question to ask yourself in every story that you write is, if my character fails, what happens on the outside, the external, and then what breaks on the inside, internal. Meowfa, welcome to the stream. Just doing some videos. Hope you don't mind. Almost done, actually. Go ahead and record this. Thanks for lurking. Always appreciate a dancing dinosaur if you've got one. Let's talk about stakes. There are two kinds, internal and external. External stakes are the things that move the plot forward. If this doesn't happen, the city blows up. If my marriage fails, I lose my kids. Internal stakes are always emotional. Um, they usually confirm your character's biggest fear, like I'm unlovable, or people always abandon me, or I'm a fraud, right? Those are internal stakes. A really easy way to see this is in every sports movie. If we don't win the championship, the team goes away. External. Internal is, I have to prove to my family and friends that I'm internal. Internal is, I have to prove to my family and to my friends that I'm not the loser that they think I am, right? So here's a quick takeaway. You want both internal and external stakes in your movie to add depth, to be dynamic. When you write a scene, when you write a story, just ask yourself this simple question. Just ask yourself, when you write a scene, when you write a story, just ask yourself this simple question. If my character does not get what they want, what happens on the outside, the plot, the external? And if my character fails, what breaks inside them? I hope that helps. My name is Derek DeNicola. Be sure to like, subscribe, and follow my videos on YouTube for longer content. Thank you. The other thing I wanted to talk about is there's a slight difference between rewriting and tinkering. I think people get confused. Tinkering is almost like just doing adjective changes or swapping dialogue around, swapping line breaks without actually fixing story problems. A rewrite is actually much bigger. A rewrite is whenever you're cutting scenes, adding new ones, changing the structure of your script, changing the stakes, changing your character choices, stuff that the audience will actually feel. So if you are tinkering, actually, well, I mean, you just have to ask yourself, like, if someone watched this on screen, would they notice the change I just made? If the answer is no, then you're probably tinkering. And there is a healthy balance, right? You do need to do polish passes, but you can't procrastinate in them. You have to do the scary choices first, the structure, the arcs, the endings, the characters, and then you can go back and fuss over the commas versus the semicolon and stuff like that. In the next writing session you should probably choose one bold change that you've been thinking about making and just do only that to save the tinkering for later, maybe. Oh, I don't know why my nose is so itchy. Okay, I think I want to record that. Okay, writers, it's time to be honest with yourself. Are you tinkering or rewriting? If you find yourself swapping adjectives, messing around with punctuation, maybe swapping line breaks, you might be tinkering. Rewrites are much bigger. Rewriting is changing story structure, character arcs, cutting scenes, adding new scenes. If you're fussing over punctuation, then maybe you are tinkering. You can always ask yourself, I find the difference to be, how do I say this? I think you can ask yourself, if I made this change, would the viewing audience notice it or feel it on screen? If not, then you're probably tinkering. You want to make sure that you do your big rewrites first, and then argue over commas and punctuation later. That way you're actually getting real work done. I hope this helps. Be sure to like, subscribe, and follow my YouTube channel for longer content. Thank you. Okay, I think that was good. Let's see, it's 12:30. Maybe I have time for one more. Let me check my notes. Oh, I have this kind of idea about dressing for the job you want. I got this cool writer's jacket for like Christmas present. Maybe I'll do that. Let's see. All right. Writers, never hurts to dress for the job that you want. A lot of writing is done at home in front of a screen, and I know it's really easy to just roll out of bed, stay in your pajamas, and do your writing. But sometimes, if you need help, if you need the stimulation, if you need the motivation, use what actors do. They will do mask work. They will put on their actor shoes. They will put on their character costume to get into character. Do this for yourself. Get into the character of a writer. I have a nice little writing jacket here that I put on to give myself a little extra boost whenever I'm feeling like I don't have the creativity or the gumption to put down a lot of words on the page that day. I get dressed for my job, and it honestly works. I think you should give it a try. What's your writer's uniform? Be sure to leave a comment. I'd love to know what you guys use to get into the groove. Be sure to like, subscribe, and follow my YouTube channel for longer content. Thanks. I guess I have time for one more. There's this Kurt Vonnegut piece of advice about like starting late and leaving early, and sometimes that's really helpful if your scene's lacking depth as well. Which is, if your scenes feel slow, you should start late, leave early. Don't show every hello and goodbye, every door opening. You just want to get, in film, you want to get to the meat of the moment and not all the small talk. So instead of seeing them walk in, sit down, order the drinks, talk about the weather, just start mid-argument. The drinks are half finished, and the check is already on the table. And also, just, you don't have to hang around for people to exit too. Like, once an emotional beat lands, someone says the thing they can't take back, they make the choice, then cut, right? We don't need to watch them awkwardly shuffle out to their cars and look for their keys and stuff like that. So a good practical way to check this would be to ask yourself, would an audience understand this scene? What's the latest I can enter the scene and the audience still understand it? And what's the earliest I can leave this scene without losing anything important? Okay, I think that's what I want to say. All right, great. Man. Okay, this will be my last little video, and then according to the schedule, I'll do a little quick reset setup, and then we're going to do some live writing on the novel The Ropesman's Tale. Pow, 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 pow. Okay, let's do this. Writers, if your scenes are feeling slow, then try writers, if your scenes are feeling slow, try leaving early and coming in late. A lot of new writers will write every hello, goodbye, every door opening. But in film, you really want to get to the meat of the moment. Instead of, we see them walk in, sit down, grab the menu, scan it, The waiter comes over. They talk about the weather. No, 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 no. How about opening mid-argument? The drinks are half finished. The check is already on the table. This elevates our stakes really quickly. Also, don't hang around for exits. We don't need to see characters awkwardly. Also, don't hang around for exits. We don't need to see characters awkwardly shuffling to their car, looking for their car keys, getting into the car door, dropping their keys, getting in the car, and then leaving. No. On the page, you should be asking, what is the earliest I can leave this scene without losing something important? And what is the latest I can get into this scene and have the audience still understand it? I hope that helps. My name is Derek DeNicola. Be sure to like, subscribe, and follow my YouTube page for longer content. Also, leave a comment if you want to. Love to hear from you. Thank you. Okay, that's enough videos for today. Thanks for sticking around for the business today. Oh, I see the chat's lighting up. We got some people coming in. Got some people coming in the chat. Oh, no. It's this bullshit. Goodbye. Fluted, whatever. Okay, great, excellent. Let's do a little live writing. Let's do a little live writing. We will do a little live writing. Also kind of want to switch my category on Twitch. Let's do that. We should be in reading and writing. For all those people out there. Okay. Thanks for hanging out, y'all. It is time to, I'm going to do a quick little reset, and I'm going to get my pages up. We'll be writing on the Ropesman's Tale today. The Ropesman's Tale. Draft 4. On the 4th pass of this, we'll be starting on chapter 6. And Ropesman's Tale. And let's put the chat up as well. That'll be fun. How was everybody's day? Me Alpha, how's it going over there? I know you usually like to lurk. Always happy to hear from you if you wanted to chat though. Okay. And then the chat overlay. Okay. Ooh. Okay, so here we are. In chapter 6, let's just do a brief recap to catch me up on what happened before. Oh yes, we did have this very short chapter. That's kind of my screenwriter taking over. This is the meat of the scene. I kind of write novels and scenes, and it's probably I don't know. I wouldn't say wrong. Atypical, perhaps. But remember, there's a single chapter in my mother. No, sorry. There's a single chapter in As I Lay Dying that just simply says, "My mother is a fish." Next chapter. So remember, not a lot of rules in writing, other than grammar. Okay, chapter 6, A Rogue's Reckoning. The last chapter was Robert Devereaux at home with his family, showing his emotional stakes. He's just been banished I say banished, but put under house arrest by Queen Elizabeth for fleeing Ireland. One moment. Look who's awake today. Look who decided to stop napping and come to the stream. This is Sugar. So we saw Robert Devereaux and his internal stakes, right? I talked about this a little bit earlier while we were making our vertical videos, but what's at stake for Robert Devereaux? Internally, he thinks that he is about to lose all of his status. That he's an imposter, right? That everything good that has happened to him was given to him because of his relationship with the Queen. He is full of posturing. He was known as a war hero, and all of that has been stripped away from him. So yeah, he's kind of in his dark night of the soul a little early. But what it really is, and what it feels like, is it's actually his catalyst because he's going to take action and launch a coup. So we're almost in an inciting incident. You know, you can almost take the structure of a story and reconnect it to the end of itself, and you'll get almost like Dan Harmon's story circle, where you can keep going over and over and over again, where a new ending is actually a new beginning and an inciting incident and a new stasis that has to change the character because they're unhappy, blah, 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 blah. No! Camera frozen? Oh no. Try refreshing some stuff. Shade Master, if you can hear me, can you try refreshing? Did that help at all? I also wonder... 1 second. I think it's because I had an incoming call. Okay. All right, all right. I think that might have fixed it, yeah? Feels like it fixed it. Let me try this. Let me try getting my work back here. Okay, Shade Master. How about now? This should be working. Yes! Okay, nobody call me because I'm filming from my phone. All right? That would be a big help. Much appreciate. Okay, we've seen Robert Devereaux, what seemed like a Dark Night of the Soul really, really early on in his script, which is basically his false defeat that's going to eventually lead to his real defeat, is actually his inciting incident. And here we have chapter 6. We flip back to our anti-hero, our protagonist. And what I'm going to do is just kind of read through this and see what edits need to be made. This is Thomas Derrick. He is our unlikely hero. I believe we just had him narrowly escape a bar brawl that he kind of started by antagonizing Widow Goodfellow. And he has used a ring that he has stolen, a signet ring, because he's a thief and a pickpocket and a scoundrel and a rogue beggar, to pay for a night with a very beautiful brothel worker. And here is the next morning, right? He's had his false victory by narrowly escaping and getting to bed a woman out of his league, essentially. So here we go, chapter 6, A Rogue's Reckoning. Morning light filtered through thin curtains, painting streaks of gold across rumpled sheets and the tangle of limbs inside them. Thomas blinked awake, his head fogged from the ache of drink and spent pleasure. For a moment he stayed still, listening to the hush of the room, the faint scent of perfume, and a warmth not of his own. Then came the thought that chased all others. He had no coin. He exhaled, slow and steady, and he exhaled slow and steady. I don't need this exhale. This is the difference between tinkering and a rewrite. I've rewritten this like 4 times, and now it's like tinkering with... Now we're talking about words. Now we're talking about adjectives. Now we're talking about overwritten paragraphs. Now we're talking about punctuation. And really trying to start to distance ourselves from our vomit draft. So if you think of things in big picture, I've dealt with character arc, I've dealt with story structure, I've dealt with character choices, I've added new chapters, I've removed chapters that seemed a little redundant or slow, or I've rewritten whole chapters. Remember, rewrites are things that the audience are going to notice and feel whenever they read, or even if you're talking about screenwriting in particular, feel on screen. Things like semicolons versus an M dash isn't going to stop someone dead in their tracks. That's tinkering, and we're kind of right now, we're in the tinkering phase, I think. And if I feel like rewrites are warranted as I go on, then I will do that. But we have 30 chapters to get through. I'm stopping myself. Let's, not all today, don't worry, but let's get through it. So, slow and steady, he turned his head. Catherine slept on her side, the curve of her shoulder lit soft by morning. She looked peaceful, almost. He stretched, eyes sliding toward the small table beside the bed. A comb, a vial of perfume, a modest silver ring. Not much, but perhaps enough. Then, just beyond the basin, something better caught the light. A small coin purse, drawstrings slack, heavy with promise. He licked his lips, reaching carefully. The purse sat warm in his palm. I feel like he needs to... Oh, you know what? It's kind of crazy. This seemed out of order, right? Like he was in bed. The geography doesn't make sense to me. I was like, so he's in bed and now he's across the room all of a sudden? But I think this paragraph switch will correct this. He stretched, eyes sliding towards the small table beside the bed, a vial of perfume, a modest silver ring, not much, but perhaps enough. Then, just beyond the basin, something better caught the light, a small coin purse, drawstrings slack, heavy with promise. He slid one leg from beneath the sheets, testing the floorboards before shifting his weight. They creaked, betraying the age of the room. Inch by inch, he leaned forward, fingers moving toward the coin purse on the basin. He licked his lips, reaching carefully. The purse sat warm in his palm, weighty, full. A grin crept across his face. He rose slowly, the sheets whispering down his chest. This is out of place. He's already across the room. That's where that goes. So it should be like this. He stretched, eyes sliding toward the small table beside the bed. A comb, a vial of perfume, a modest silver ring, not much, but perhaps enough. Enough for what? A meal or two, but perhaps enough to trade for a meal or two. And just beyond the basin, something better caught the light. A small coin purse, drawstrings slack, heavy with promise. He slid one leg from beneath the sheets, testing the floorboards before shifting his weight. They creaked, betraying the age of the room. He rose slowly, the sheets whispering down his chest, every muscle reminding him of the night before. Some aches more pleasant than others. Remember, he just had the bar fight, so some are aches from punches, some are aches from thrusting, maybe? Didn't even like saying that out loud. He licked his lips, reaching carefully. The purse sat warm in his palm, weighty, full. Warm? I think that's dumb. I don't know how it would be warm in the cold morning. Coins aren't notoriously warm on their own. Sorry, my dog is demanding treats. She knows. She knows to do this during stream whenever I need whenever I can't give her attention. Okay. Let's get back to business. Heavy in his palm, weighty, full, a grin crept across his face. I feel like these grins keep creeping across his face. Come on, Derek. Chill. Chill with the grins. It was easier when the pockets were silk-lined and the hands that filled them had never known callous or hunger. But Catherine, she wasn't rich, just another soul trying to make her way through a world built for better liars. Through a world built for better liars. Better liars or the best liars. Remember, we're tinkering here, and I want to be clear about trying to make her way through a world built. Almost like, this is a bad way to say it, but the best worst person. Why is my nose itching so much? Anybody have any solutions? Don't know why that happens? So stupid. I know I'm here in Los Angeles. There's no drugs involved, okay? It's just, I don't know, dust maybe? Okay, she wasn't rich, just another soul trying to make her way through a world built. Almost just built for liars. Maybe it's the word better that's throwing me off. I understand the sentiment of what I was trying to say, but trying to demand the audience sit and think about what it means to be a better liar in that moment. I don't know, it feels a little too highfalutin, a little too word salad. I think I'd rather be a little more direct. A thief is a thief. If he didn't steal, he didn't eat. That's the sentiment laid out in a mantra. I don't even know if I like a thief as a thief. He told himself he'd earned it, a night's warmth, a debt of comfort. Still, his chest felt tight as he took the purse, the leather soft against his fingers. This is a little too poetic for my own tastes. Well, of course a thief is a thief, and we know that he's a thief. Something about the stakes here. If he didn't steal, he didn't eat. I'm okay with stakes, right? If blank happens or doesn't happen, then blank. Catherine stirred. Thomas froze. Her lips parted, but she only shifted, turning onto her side. The slow rhythm of her breathing told him she was still asleep. He moved fast now. Boots, coat, ring, pocketed. Every motion, coin pocketed. Every motion silent and efficient. In a breath, he was out the door, pulling it shut behind him with care. A clean escape, or so he thought. Leaving so soon, the voice, smooth, stern, stopped him cold. I remember talking about this in the chapter before Devereux's. I had this vision of the madam's voice having the smooth, stern quality. I just happened to mention it over and over again. The madam stopped him cold. He froze at the landing. Landing can feel like it takes place on a dock too, so I kind of don't want to even say that. He froze. And turned. And turned. She waited at the far end of the narrow hall, arms crossed, hips set, Hip, hips, 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 hip set. A ring of keys riding low at her waist. Her eyes pored over him, his coat, the bulge of his pocket, the open door. He spread a deceitful smile across his lips. Instinctively, Thomas grinned, knowing he wasn't caught. Not yet. How far could he press it? He drifted down the stairs, each step sounding out a tired groan. The purse. What did she say? Did she answer him, leaving so soon? She's at the other end of the hallway up the stairs. It's very important to get the geography right, because this is confusing. So I must have had two different ideas on how I was writing this. I like the idea of him ascending down the stairs. I think it's better than her being at the long end of the hallway. So what I want to do now is the base of the stairs. She waited at the base of the stairs, arm crossed, hips set, a ring of keys. So now I have this image of Thomas thinking he's caught, turning, grinning. Ah, madam, and approaching her with every step. He has this line, these lines here. Not yet. How far could he press it? He drifted down the stairs. I don't like the action has shifted, so we need to start a new paragraph. He drifted down the stairs, each step sounding out a tired groan. The purse thumped soft against his thigh. The signet was worth more than any bed here. Maybe he could pay it twice if he played it right. He surrendered the night before. Was worth more than any bed here. Maybe he could pay. Maybe it could pay twice. It could pay twice if he played it right. Madam, he said, light as if nothing were amiss. I owe you an apology for last night. You were plain about coin, and so am I. He drew a small purse. He drew Catherine's purse from his coat. This is overwritten. And poured. Let's get rid of the INGs. I try and get rid of LYs as much as possible too. I know I did instinctively. Maybe I'll also go back and tinker with that. He drew Catherine's purse from his coat and poured Catherine's pilfered silver. We don't need Catherine twice. And poured the pilfered silver straight into the madam's palm. I keep a little put by for lean mornings, he went on, easy as breath, stitched under the lining of my boot. By the time I remembered it, I was upstairs and already undressed. I meant to bring it down at first light. He showed her the open hand that wasn't holding the purse. If you'll grant me mercy, I'd redeem my ring. It's got sentiment to it. Okay. Good, good, good. Now these LYs. Instinct kicked in. Thomas grinned. Period. Instinct kicked in. Thomas grinned, knowing he wasn't caught. Not yet. Okay, okay, okay. So now we have him working his game. Her brow climbed a fraction. You might have spared us both the trouble if you'd handed me this first, she said, weighing the silver. I would have, he lied smoothly, had my hands not been full. Both the trouble if you'd handed this to me first. I almost wanted to say, I don't even need handed me this, if you'd remembered this first. Handed me this first. He already talked about remembering. We don't need to hammer it on the head. We need to move through this scene. I almost think if I really want to move through the scene, I could cut these lines. I like them. I like him talking about his hands being full. It adds a little character flourish to him. He's a little Jack Sparrow-y, right? She just sets him up for it. If I wanted to be as lean as possible, in a screenplay I might cut this. But in a novel, I just kind of want to keep it, so I think I will. She continued, quick little clicks, satisfied. She slid 2 fingers into her bodice and drew out the signet, the ribbon dark with sweat. She let it sit in his open palm a beat. We're square, she said. For last night. My thanks. The madam smirked, rolling the coins in her palm. Do come see us again. Thomas turned on his heel, as if danger had never so much as brushed him. He stepped into the morning, lifted his collar, and thumbed the signet in his pocket to feel its weight. Cool air slid down his throat. The street was only just waking. Merchants knocking up their stalls, cartwheels rattling over cobbles, and hawkers readying their voices to call. The warm scent of fresh bread bled into the reek of last night's debaucheries. A fine morning to start anew. The door banged open behind him. Thief! Catherine's voice cracked across the lane. Shit. He had just enough time to curse before the madam followed. The shit is the curse. So I either want to lose the shit or I want to cut the he had just enough time to curse before the madam followed after him. Or how about he had only a small head start. Head start, is that 1 or 2 words? Let's see. Two words, it's 2 words. Yeah, okay, just double checking. Always double check, never know. There's so many words in the English language, y'all. Let's see. Mookie, what's up? Welcome to the chat. Good to have you here. We're doing a little live writing session. I don't know whenever your budget meeting is today, but I know it's today. I hope you brought some ideas for the digital writers room. That goes for anybody else in the room as well. At 3:10 p.m., we'll do a digital writer's room. Oh, but you know what? What was I going to say? We're going to continue on from where we last left off. I know we kind of stopped in the middle of it, but it's a good reason for other people to come on and join the punch-up process. Sometimes writers get brought on to punch up ideas, and they're not exactly the originators of them, so that'll be a good exercise too. Okay. So, thief! Shit, he had only a small head start before the madam followed after him. Stop that man! Her order cut through the morning air. A purse. A full purse to whoever brings him down. So everybody is always after poor Thomas. He's ripping everybody off all the time. We have... Oh, I almost want to see... Her arms clung to sheets. Covering her half-naked body. Full purse to whoever brings him down. Heads swung. Interest sharpened. A couple of marshalmen who'd been happy to look elsewhere straightened and fixed on him. I don't know about this who'd been happy to look elsewhere. I just don't think they're that important to give them that kind of stay. Head swung, interest sharpened. A couple of marshalmen straightened and fixed on Thomas, and fixed on him. Ducking low. I do want to say Thomas because of the next paragraph. Ducking low, he slipped between a butcher's stall and an open door, crashing through the entrance of an inn. The innkeeper yelped as Thomas tore through the kitchen, over the counter, out the back door. The alley beyond the inn was quieter, but commotion gathered behind him. He needed to disappear, fast. He bolted down the road, boots pounding the cobblestone as the shouts of Catherine and the madam rang after him. It feels like a beat change. I think we need a new paragraph. The morning crowd, still thick with sleep, barely had time to react as he wove through. The market was beginning to swell, stalls going up, carts rattling into place, buyers examining bread, meat, and cloth. The scent of roasted chestnuts mingled with the acrid stench of horse dung, the unmistakable perfume of London's commerce. I kind of like how I wrote this as opposed to this. He stepped into the cool morning, lifted his collar and thumbed at the signet in his pocket. Cool. He stepped into the morning. Yeah, cool air slid down his throat. The street was only just waking. Cool air slid down his... See, I have the street was only just waking, merchants knocking up their stalls, cart wheels rattling over cobbles, and hawkers readying their voices to call. The warm scent of fresh bread bled into the reek of last night's debaucheries. Now I still have the morning crowd, still thick with sleep, barely had time to react as he wove through the square. The market was beginning to swell, stalls going up, carts rattling into place, buyers examining bread, meat, blah, 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 blah. a scent of roasted chestnuts. So it's a little redundant here. What I would like to do is maybe take out this. Because I really love the warm scent of fresh bread bled into the reek of last night's debaucheries. We get out of the brothel into the main square, and then we have the morning crowd. Still thick with sleep, barely had time to react as he wove through the square. The market was beginning to swell, stalls going up, carts rattling into place, buyers examining bread, meat, and cloth. The scent of roasted chestnuts mingled with the acrid stench of horse dung, the unmistakable perfume of London's commerce. He cut down a narrow alley. Well, the scent. Kind of doing that same thing. So how about I even move this to, we should just chunk like-minded sentiments. So now I have the scent twice, the smell. The smell of fresh bread bled into the reek of last night's debaucheries. The scent of roasted chestnuts mingled with the acrid stench of horse dung, the unmistakable perfume of London's commerce. Okay. Now we're back to where Catherine and Madame are still chasing after him, even though he ducked through an inn and came out the back alley, the morning crowd still thick. With sleep, barely had time to react as he wove through the square. The market was beginning to swell, stalls going up, carts rattling into place, buyers examining bread, meat, and cloth. He cut down a narrow alley, knocking a stack of crates aside. The crash sent chickens bursting up, wings beating, as a vendor hurled curses at him. Behind him, Catherine's fury bounced off of the stone. Stop him, thief. Thomas grinned. A thief indeed, a very good one. Breaking onto a wider street, he nearly collided with a crew of workers hauling grain. "Apologies, gents," he called as he slipped between them. Always slipping between people. He's a slippery little one. But I say it so often that I'm always looking for a way to add a little diversity to the vocabulary. As he or nearly bowled them over. Something like that. Shouts carried after him. "Marshalmen, stop that man!" A cry sent a ripple through the street. His window was closing fast. Worse, he recognized the voice, now barking orders. From behind, a familiar figure shouldered through the onlookers. The burly patron from the tavern, now in a marshalman's coat. His bruised face and scorched scalp still showed the brawl. The smell hit first. Brine, salt, the tang of fish, gone past its prime. Thomas ducked behind the fishmonger's stall, heart hammering. The cries of men seeking justice grew closer, their boots thundering closer. Wow, I really like to use the word closer. Nearer. It's too much. It's either the cries of men or the boots. The burly marshalman slowed at the fishmonger's board, eyes raking the stall, then found him. Then found Thomas. going behind a shelf of, I keep saying fish already. It's a good synonym for fish. Sea creature, marine animal. How about a specific fish? In Elizabethan England, I want to make sure that, you can literally catch this fish off of the coastline of England. Trout, pike, salmon. Trout, pike. I'm looking at these fish, seeing which one I want to use. Let's go with trout. Shelf of trout. Their gaze is locked, the man's mouth flattened to a line. I don't need this. Overwritten. Thomas waited a beat, then burst from cover, snatching the nearest thing with weight. His fingers closed on something slick and cold, a fat, glistening cod. So let's put salmon here. Splat. The blow landed square across the burly marshalman's face. The tail flopped as scales. That throws off the geography. Later, I have an instance where I want to see a red imprint of clearly like a fish's silhouette on his cheek. And that makes me think that he almost hit it with his tail, and I don't like how that feels. The reek did its own work. Let's move faster than that. I don't care about the smell. In this moment, in this action sequence, for one glorious second, Thomas savored the sight. Marshalman, frozen, mouth ajar, an entire market held in stunned silence. Then the man exhaled, and the man's nostrils flared. His expression darkened. Thomas blinked, still standing. A vein pulsed and climbed the marshalman's temple. You, his voice was seething. I will ruin you. Thomas ran. The stall shuddered as the marshalman barreled after him, scattering baskets of shellfish and sending a bucket of eels slithering across the cobbles. Sorry, sorry, Thomas called to the fishmonger over his shoulder. He's already gone. I kind of don't like him apologizing, and it's the marshalman's fault. He spun and slammed into a rolling hand cart. Why? Because he's looking over his shoulder. Thomas. Not paying attention. Slammed into a rolling handcart. had pitched, flipping him in. The jolt kicked the brake loose, and the cart took off, cabbages thudding against his shins as it gathered speed. He fought to his knees on the slick green, and too late saw the vegetable stall ahead. Impact. Leaves blew. I don't know, shot into the air, maybe? And too late saw the vegetable. Oh. Let me find a synonym for vegetable. This is good. This is the nitpicky portion of the rewriting, right? The produce, the herbs, the greens. Oh, if I just put an S on this, I can solve the problem. He fought to his knees. He fought to get to his knees on the slick greens, and too late saw the vegetable stall ahead. Impact. Leaves shot into the air. Heads of cabbage sailed, pelting shoppers in a survivable, if inconvenient ambush. Okay, I like that. Still. Dazed but unwilling to be caught, he shoved himself upright and shook off the crash. He cut into a side alley. Dead end. No good. That's implied, with it being a dead end. The burly marshalman's cheek bore the red print of a fish head. Thomas could even make out the cod's tiny lips. Trout is, I think, what we ended up hitting him with. The trout's tiny lips. He turned on his heel as the marshalman closed in. With no other choice, he leapt onto a stack of crates, reaching for the nearby rooftop. The wood groaned, then shattered. The crates collapsed, dropping him through the roof of a blacksmith shop. Shouts erupted below. He barely had time to register the room before a massive hammer swept for his head. He ducked. And if it smashed the work table, he rolled. He rolled to his side. The blow smashed the work table, sent tools skittering, and kicked sparks into the air. "Damn fool!" the blacksmith bellowed. Thomas scrambled back, grabbing a horseshoe from the forge's edge. As the marshalman poured into the shop, he hurled the horseshoe and caught one square in the forehead. The man dropped, groaning. Thomas didn't wait to see what followed. He hit the back exit, shouldered past the startled apprentice, and burst into the street. The chase wasn't over. The city was a maze, and he knew its rooftops. He spotted a ladder propped against a wall, lunged and climbed. And climbed it, fast and sure. The marshalmen were relentless, boots clattering after him. He ran the ridge lines, leaping ledge to ledge, breath ragged. They were gaining. Seconds later, with no roof left to take, Thomas found himself surrounded. A wooden awning creaked under their combined weight. Thomas knew it wouldn't hold. With a crack of splintering wood, the whole structure gave way. He fell, along with 3 marshalmen, straight into a pigsty. The drop punched the breath from him. He rolled in the pig's reeking slop. Mud and filth swallowed his senses. He wiped his face with a grimace, only to be yanked upright by the fish-marked marshalman, now smeared with mud and indignity, sprawled among the pigs. I just kind of like ending it with smeared with mud and indignity. The man grinned. Got you, you slippery bast. Thomas scraped a handful of muck from his boot, filth or excrement, likely both, and flicked it straight into the burly marshalman's mouth. Choking and gagging, the marshalman heaved, clawing at his throat to clear the mouthful of mud and shit. Thomas turned to run and jerked to a stop. Not the mud, a grip. He twisted and saw a hand cinched on his coat tail, attached to the angriest man he'd ever seen. Face as red as beetroot, his head near to bursting. Thomas opened his mouth. Whether to argue or make one last quip, it didn't matter. A fist found his jaw, and the world went black. Okay. Okay, I'm kind of happy with that. I did make those little tweaks. You're going to notice that this next chapter is bold. It's because I've added this. I felt like Catherine needed a little backstory too. Mookie says, remind me if this is a completed story/draft, or are you reviewing, editing portions of something before a first draft is complete? Well, Mook, I guess this is kind of a draft 4. I don't know, it depends on how you are defining drafts, right? Like, I've already done my vomit draft. This is an adaptation of a screenplay that I've already wrote that's much tighter. I'm actually building out the world. There's a lot more content in the novel that I wanted to explore. So it's kind of weird because I've already done all the vomit rough draftness. I'm shaping it up into its novel form. I have rewritten this thing probably 3 times, and now I'm in this tinkering stage where I have all of the content that I want, and I'm going back and I'm removing everything that is overwritten and redundant, judging myself, trying to elevate the work, looking for holes. This is the draft that whenever I complete, I format it into that double space format that I send off to publishers. That I send off to publishers to read. But if a publisher gets this, they're probably going to put a real editor on it, and then it'll be another draft after that. Like, the drafts never really stop until it hits the printing press. But I would say, if I had to come up with it, this is my draft 4. That's why I labeled it that way. This is kind of my draft 4. 1 second. Sorry, my dog wanted the option of going to lay in the sun outside. 1 second, I'll encourage that. She's a very needy lady. Okay. So maybe that explains it. Cool deal. So you're familiar with the tone you want and the voices of your characters. Yes, I am familiar with that. The last thing that I realized in draft 3 was that the character of Catherine is very interesting, and yet underdeveloped. We're going to see her share chapters with Thomas after he gets appointed to be the royal executioner. Spoiler alert, this is what it's all about. So we're going to see a lot of her actions, and she is kind of developed, but one thing that she was lacking was what our chapter 3 was, which is, who is she alone? What is Catherine's backstory? What does she have to lose? I wanted a chapter that kind of introduced her as her own person and gave her her internal stakes. So I had to rename all my chapters and like reorder them. She naturally fits into the story in chapter 7. So I already had a chapter 7, so I just put everything in bold so I would kind of remember what I was doing in this draft. It's been a while because I just try and work chronologically, just go chapter by chapter. I have a little checklist just to make sure I'm getting through everything. I kind of threw this together. This chapter might need the most work, to be honest with you. But let's do it. Chapter 7, Catherine. Steam curled off the basin as Catherine scrubbed the night from her skin, the lies sting chasing the fish stink from the market's chase. She plucked a stray cabbage leaf from her hair. On the stool sat her purse, slack-mouthed and empty. She cracked the door to check the passage, then shut it tight and shot the bolt. From under a loose board, she drew a small cloth roll, her own store. She peeled a single penny and wrapped the rest again, saving toward a room of her own, still sending a coin when she could to the woman who once smuggled her bread at Bridewell. Bridewell is a workhouse that young women were sent to in England. Here's the thing. I was kind of reading this first paragraph, and yes, it has the idea of what I want, but it didn't hook me. It didn't make me interested, right? So, problem solving, live. We have her opening on scrubbing the day, the night off. It's post-chase. So if that happened in the morning, scrubbing the morning from her skin, the lies sting chasing the fish stink from the markets. Chase in the same sentence, Derek? This is clearly still like almost vomit draft. Cleansing the fish stink from the markets. Chase. She plucked a stray cabbage leaf from her hair. I do like that. That sets the tone of where we are. We saw the cabbages fly into the air, the leaves attack the crowd, so to speak. So that sets the time. On the stool sat her purse, empty. I know what I was trying to say with the slack-mouthed, but it still feels overwritten. I want to get to the quick. Cut to the quick. She cracked the door to check the passage and shut it. What? Sorry, y'all. Sorry, my dog is just having a needy day. Let's get back to it. what's the coolest thing that she could be doing right now? I like it's a little funny that she's picking the cabbage leaf from her hair, fish stink from the skin, or the reminder of her purse empty. Although Thomas gave it to the madam. So the madam didn't give it back to her. What did I have intended here? She cracked the door to check the passage, then shut it tight and shot the bolt. From under, maybe I could just get rid of this. This is throwing, that threw my logic off. She cracked the door to check the hallway. A passage makes it sound secretive. Make sure she's in the brothel. She cracked the door to check the brothel's hallway, then shut it tight and shot the bolt. Locked the bolt. From under a loose board, she drew a small cloth roll, her own store. Her secreted secret sentiments. I like the idea of maybe that Thomas took all of her money, like money. The sentiment is that she sends something to... I almost want to cut this, but let me... She dressed with quick hands, her hair pulled back and tied. Last of all, she lifted the cord from its peg and slipped it over her head, the crude copper token that hung at her throat, nicked with 2 crossing scratches. Her mother's mark, cut the day they left her at Bridewell's gate. It lay a cold moment against her skin, then warmed. See, like, I do want to cut this, the highlighted piece, and I will, because the woman who smuggled her bread at Bridewell is a character that we don't meet again. It was just kind of a cheap vomit draft version of Save the Cat. Why do we like Catherine? Well, she's repaying somebody who used to smuggle her bread because she was an orphan at Bridewell, blah, blah, blah. But what it does is it muddies the waters and it makes the reader think that this is somehow an important character. We're not doing that. What I want to do is basically take this and put it here. And we don't need this last of all transition. She pulled from it a corded necklace and slipped it over her head, the crude copper token that hung. A crude copper token hung at her throat, nicked with 2 crossing scratches. Her mother's mark, cut the day they left her at Bridewell's gate. Why do I say they instead of she? Is because perhaps it was like a parental choice, but I'm also trying to make sure that you're not thinking of Catherine. It's a misplaced modifier kind of situation that I'm always looking out for. Her mother's mark caught the day they left her, inferring Catherine at Bridewell's gate. So they left her. Let's see. So the audience, so the reader doesn't think she left herself at Bridewell's gate. Blitz sleeps. I like how ruthless you are with these deletions. Cool to watch. You have to cut mercilessly. But thank you, Blitz sleeps. Also, for other writers out there, I just want you to know that I save every draft, right? This is draft 4. I still have draft 3, draft 2, draft 1, my rough draft, my vomit draft. So I'll never like lose the work, and that kind of frees my ability to cut mercilessly, and you can't be precious with your work. It's the thing that makes it muddled. It's the thing that makes it hard to read. You can't let your emotions get in the way of this. I am literally a brand new writer today, judging the writing of some amateur writer that wrote this a couple months ago. And so we're two separate people, and I'm allowed to not like what that guy did. And even what I'm doing in this moment will not be liked by some future version of me editing this down. All right, Mook, have fun at the budget meeting. I'll see you soon. Mookie also says, we know the hierarchy of deeds that you maintain. Pets first, chat somewhere else down the line. This is acceptable. Yeah. Okay, yeah, speaking of pets, she's free. This is the sugar bear that keeps distracting me. Your sugar bear. Your sugar bear. You're doing so good. Being so quiet. Thank you for being quiet. Okay. All right. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I think she's cute as well. Where was I? Oh, so easy for us writers to get distracted, isn't it? Okay. Like cold against her skin and warmed. She dressed with quick hands, hair pulled back and tied. This feels like a shifting action, shifting location. Downstairs, the madam was waiting, cool as ever, a tally already running behind her eyes. The house was paid, she said. That's the business. My purse wasn't, Catherine answered. A small silence. Okay, so here we have what we were talking about, the Catherine's empty purse, right? So the madam is saying, why would I give that back to you? The house needed to get paid one way or another. It's kind of your fault, right? So, in essence, Thomas stole Catherine's money for the madam, which should really upset Catherine, I think. My purse wasn't. Doesn't seem... Almost need to... I almost need to get Catherine just to ask for her money back. And we can even jump through time. And my coin. Put this here. So really about an order of events in my coin. Catherine Prada. The house was paid, the madam said. Oh, don't need to capitalize that. The house was paid, the madam said. That's the business. That fixes that problem, which didn't feel so natural. A small silence. The madam's mouth moved somewhere between pity and profit. When you first came to me, you had nothing but that little mark and a will to live. I taught you to keep accounts. What did I write here? I am, Catherine said, and I mean to balance this one. I know talking about to balance accounts. So the backstory that I'm trying to convey is that Catherine came to the madam from a workhouse, thinking instead of this basically indentured servitude, that she could possibly make more money selling her body, blah, blah, blah. Women often did this, especially when they had nowhere else to turn in the Elizabethan era. So this is actually kind of a natural progression from the life of like a workhouse seamstress, or girl who comes into her own. I want to convey that here. And I don't think I've done it well. I don't think the old me has done it well. I like the small silence. I like the madam's mouth move somewhere between pity and profit. But I don't think mouth is the way to go. Almost like the madam searched the air. Somewhere and landed on a memory, somewhere between pity and profit. When you first came to me, that's the memory. You had nothing. And I taught you to keep. And I taught you how to keep accounts. I am is no longer I know, Catherine said, and I mean to balance this one. Madam kind of pivots here. The court isn't kind to the likes of us, the madam said at last. Men in gowns, names in books. Girls who speak get remembered, she warned. It needs to be a warning. Then let them remember, Catherine said. He took my purse. I almost have this moment here where I'd like to have the madam give back the purse but not the coin. And then maybe this could be a great ending line. The house was paid, the madam said. That's the business. There's some tension in not having the madam answer right here, right? So I could put the madam to her small table. Open the drawer. lost. Catherine, purse. Empty. Fingers pinched. The leather. Feeling the, and here's where I could turn to my thesaurus synonym for empty. I don't want to say void, but unoccupied, the bare, insubstantial, abandoned, desolate, unpacked, clear, ineffectual, futile, pointless. Feeling it's deserted purpose. That's overwritten too. I'm always trying to avoid the uninhabited, unfilled. Just feeling nothing inside. Okay. Okay, that brings us, I think that flows better, as a matter of fact. A shard of last night cut through, the unvarnished thank you, the pause when he saw the old welt at her wrist, the careful touch that asked nothing, he'd use the truth as bait. Her own trick turned on her. Heat rose in her neck, honest and a thief both, and the truth didn't excuse the taking. Okay, this is a major turning point here that I have not finessed at all. I was trying, here's what I'm trying to do here, and here's what I'm going to be working on fixing. This is a memory that she had of Thomas that we did not see after they went to bed. This is a revelation of information that tells us a bit about Thomas, but a whole lot more about Catherine. And as an experienced, popular brothel worker, she's upset that Thomas used her own, that she has these tricks of flirtation and wooing that Thomas used on her to great effect, even though she didn't realize it at the time. Why? One is we need to learn more about Catherine. We need her to feel really, really, really slighted, and slighted is an understatement, deceived. But we also need to set the opportunity that there was a little bit of a spark that Thomas can earn back in later chapters when they start working together. It's a lot to ask of a paragraph, and this paragraph does not do it, and I need to figure it out. Oh, Blitz sleeps. Oh, thank you for the suggestion. Slackness. I like it. I like it. I do enjoy suggestions, and I will take them. So thank you. Let me see if slackness. Feeling the slackness. Feeling its slackness. Okay. A memory flashed of the night before. And the deed had been done with Thomas. He saw the old welt at her wrist. Yeah. Oh yeah, Mookie, excellent. I love a short meeting. Hope everything went well. Mookie, do you, in your paper, do you write articles? I think it'd be interesting um, to read an article that you've written, or are you kind of like an editor and manager kind of situation? I don't want to give away too much of your personal information online, so whatever you're comfortable with sharing. But I think it is interesting that you um, are so close to journalistic writing and you have your own perspectives on things. I just think that's pretty cool. I'd love to see some work. Or if you have a favorite reporter, you're like, check this person out. I don't know. Okay. Ooh, let's keep going. It's getting a little stripes from my window panes. Try and knock that down a little bit. Okay. Still there? Whatever. Oh, here we go. Okay. Back into it. Man, I'll always find a way to distract myself. Let's keep going. A memory flashed of the night before when the deed had been done with Thomas. He saw the old welt at her wrist, the careful touch that asked nothing. He had used truth as bait, her own trick turned on her. Heat rose in her neck, honest and the thief both, and the truth didn't excuse the taking. Something's missing here. Here's what's missing. Did Thomas do to make her like him elicit truth? Also, I'm going to go ahead and unbold this. I know I'm working on chapter 7 now. Because, right, he'd say he used the truth as bait, but we need to feel it. We need to experience the moment. We can't just tell the reader, he got me. I'm not going to tell you how, but trust me, he got me. We're skipping past the best part. We're skipping past the character development. We're skipping past the interesting plot device. So while I don't know what that is, I know I wanted it there. So I have a lot of stuff on screen right now. What I'm going to do is I'm going to pull up my research for Catherine's character and start searching in my documents for inspiration of what could have happened to her in this workhouse situation. Let me see. older executioner. Part of me is thinking about like the reason that she went to the workhouse in the first place is that it's really about it's kind of about being poor together almost, right? Like the men who can afford a brothel versus Thomas being a beggar who can barely get a farthing to get a watered down cup of ale. What draws them together, what their commonality is that they both kind of grew up poor. Like Thomas is known being poor all of his life. This is a result of Elizabethan England after the plague. Agriculture dies, and textiles become cheaper to manufacture and sell. England has a little bit of a textile boom, and landlords, as we have come to know them now, usually be like the lord of this land. They would allow their laborers to live off of the land that they worked on. The problem is that whenever you move to textiles, that's cotton, wool, that's sheep, right? You need that space to grow the materials for the textiles, and they basically kicked all of the laborers off of the land, and people had no place to go, and they could just move from one person's land to another person's land to another person's land because everybody owned some part of the land. So where were these people supposed to live, especially since they couldn't buy property? And they had predatory property laws that were basically engineered to kick people off of landlords' property. Really horrific stuff, but it caused the inaction of the poor laws. I think Henry VIII enacted the first 2 rounds of it. There were like 3 rounds of the poor laws, and they basically set up what we have come to know as welfare, Social Security welfare. You had to get like a license to beg, right? So things like that. And so both Catherine and Thomas are a product of this economic downturn. Likely both of their parents struggled, and Thomas has known struggle his whole life, and Catherine has known struggle her whole life. The difference being that Thomas probably stayed a beggar looking for work, and Catherine's parents surrendered her to a workhouse to earn money. So let's try and bridge those 2 ideals, those 2 commonalities together, and almost kind of tell that story that I told in a more interesting way than just than spewing facts from a history book. Um, They said the old welt at her wrist. So it would be like she's not going to give anything away. So Thomas needs to say, I know what this is. Like it's about commonality. He should have something too. So a welt is a result of someone being punished, like being struck. About this. A memory flashed of the night before, when the deed had been done with Thomas. He saw the old welt at her wrist. I know the feel of a lash, he had said, as he ran his finger over it. He turned and showed his welts to Catherine. Hmm. Funny, a memory born from mother. Just to kind of like interrupting himself, right? Hmm. So what if? Oh yeah, Mookie. Sorry, said I forgot to check the chat. I'm now an editor, and I take photos for sports, mostly football on Friday nights, for special events, political campaign stops, for work and for fun. I will occasionally go to a meeting and cover something, but it's rare. The next time I have a story or link in the Discord. Oh yeah, that'd be cool. I'd love to see a Mookie story. Love to see it. So what did Thomas do? Funny. Oh, memories. And the born from leather. And then, oops. Then, huh. Oh yeah, maybe. I'm wrong. Okay. And then it's trying to say maybe I'm wrong, inferring, like maybe you got that well, but different way. Maybe yours. By way of, came by accident. Then it's going to be, then let's talk about Bridewell. Define Bridewell. Like, was it a school for? It's a reform school. In a bit, but Elizabethan England, because it's been a while. It's been around. It's been since. Ah, designed to punish and reform the disorderly poor. Hmm. There's also they also call Bridewell. What is it about idols? They said house of correction for idle people. Idle people. Reforms. Disorderly. And the poor. I don't like this idle people. House of correction for the disorderly. How about this? Poor. Thomas. Concluded. So what I really need is now I need Thomas to express a sentiment about why they should be poor, why it's better to be poor, why it's better to be poor than something else. Better better pennies than, well, it's about, okay, so take something poor and couple it with two things. So this is the math. The math is a couple of poor things versus one elegant thing. Is the script math, is the sentiment. So they're in bed, better one blanket, and two bodies versus how about this? A wool blanket and two bodies versus silk and alone, silks and alone, silks and alone. I'm gonna give myself a couple of options, then I'm gonna pick the best one. Half a loaf of bread together versus a full loaf in solitude. Actually doesn't sound too bad to me. Pennies. In common, like in common with somebody. Not cost, but spend. Like more than gold. Ooh, what if I do gold in grief? Or like pennies in friendship. Pennies in friendship spend more than gold in grief. It's weird, but it works kind of. I just give myself, out of these three, I think I like my first one better. I would love to eat a whole loaf of bread by myself. So he looked into her eyes. with a genuine stare. That. Shared truth. Said. Under a wool blanket and two bodies. Then, actually, I'm going to take the solitude from the bread line. Then, silks in solitude. And then maybe we can get back to the present now. What we've seen is that he got her to reveal a little bit about her past, where she was, just infers a hard knock life in one line. They had the shared trauma, like literally showing the physical artifacts of a tough upbringing. And Thomas has made her feel better about it. It's a little bit of like a 3-act flashback. I'm kind of happy with that. I don't know how I'll feel about it in the future, but it seems to do the job that I'm asking it to do right now. He had used, I don't want to do a contraction there because I want to make sure that we're pulling us back into the present. He had used the truth as bait, her own trick, a trick familiar to her, a trick she had often used, turned on her, turned against her. Heat rose on her neck, honest and a thief, both. The truth didn't excuse the taking. Okay, I kind of like that. Okay, I think I got out of it. Oh my goodness. What is it, 2:30? Making some good progress, everybody. Making some good progress. What is that? We did chapter 6 as well, right? Surrounded? Yeah. Wow. See this note to myself? This is where you stopped. So I might not even be done with this. I just know I needed a new chapter here. This is like I said, this is a result of a rewrite. A girl from the house hurried past with a bucket. They've got him, she whispered, bright with gossip. Dragged to the compter at first light. They say there'll be, there will. I just don't like saying that contraction out loud, so I'm not going to ask anybody to read it. They say there will be a hearing by midday. The Adams keys chimed. You have work. I have words. Oh, so the madam needs to understand that Catherine's up in arms. She's trying to tell her, no, stay, you have work. There we go. That feels like a natural transition. I'll be back by evening. The madam weighed her a moment longer. Keep your tongue narrow and your story clean. Also, the role of Compter was like it's the small local prison that's controlled by the sheriff, and they just have like the civil prisoners there. It's like the difference between jail and prison. Just FYI. If you feel like that's something that should go into the story, I'd be willing to listen to that, because I take a lot of liberties in assuming that people. No, it's not a word that I made up. It's something that I pulled from a history text in studying the process of like how criminal law was processed in Elizabethan England. You're basically it's kind of like how it is right now. You go to jail, you get processed by the Compter, you stay in jail until your trial period, and then you get sentenced by the judge to either be free or go to prison, which is a little bit more like Dungeness, as we've come to know it. So that will be Whitehall, where he ends up going. But that's the thing, like, Mookie, the fact that you're asking, is Compter a word that you made up? These are the kind of considerations that I'm like tinkering with in these rewrites, which is, do I need to define Compter? Or is there enough context clues? Are there enough context clues there that you kind of get it and I can move on and you kind of learn a new word? Or does it deserve the attention of stopping and defining? Or do I just choose a little bit more of a modern word so we can move through this paragraph quickly? These are the minutia of the that a writer struggles with. Mookie is saying the context clues work. I thought so too. Okay, then let's. I like to learn a little something. I like to read a novel and then, or a book or whatever, and then like a week down the line, it gets used in a crossword puzzle, and I'm like, I knew that. I know what Compter is. I just read that. Like, I love those little moments. The madam weighed her a moment longer. Keep your tongue narrow and your story clean. The madam has the years of experience. She knows what she's talking about when she tells Catherine this kind of thing. Okay. She stepped into the street. Morning light had hardened. The market was half reset. Fish scales. The market was half reset. So into daylight. The market was half reset. Fish scales. That's overuse of the word light. Morning had hardened into day. The market was half reset. Fish scales winking in the cracks where a boy scrubbed and swore. A cartwheel squealed past, and somewhere a hawker tested his call. I think you don't need to test your call if morning's over. I think a hawker called. his deal. In a modern way, it's like, what's your deal? So I don't want to be like, I don't want it to sound too 2025. His bargains. His bargains. Love a thesaurus. Shouted his bargains. What's your deal, man? Catherine set her shoulders and took the road toward the ward hall and the compter, walking fast. Two marshalmen kept the door. One rubbed at a stain on his coat that wouldn't come out. Catherine lifted her chin. I'm here to give a statement, she said. He took my purse. The taller one looked over her. Dress, token, the steadiness in her voice, then jerked his head toward the steps inside. Name's in the book. You'll have to wait. She waited on the bench, hands quiet in her lap. I don't need this. Why wait? Let's get into the action. Why wait? She waited on the bench. You have to wait. And then we see her waiting. Ugh, bad writing. Oh, she's waiting on the bench because she's having a memory. I'm wondering if I need this, to be honest. Here's why I put it in here. I'll tell you why it's in here. I wanted her to have a vendetta against men who manipulate women. So, came up with this weird little backstory about a guy who broke a girl named Molly's nose, and you can probably just infer that Molly is one of her friends or co-workers. When she asked for her payment in the brothel. Catherine had held the cloth to the blood and learned how to fix a smile. So, you know, that's part of it is like, I think I did the job earlier. I think I cut something like this earlier about the woman sending the... So I should use the same reasoning. I should follow my own rules. I'm coming to the conclusion. Letting it go. Cutting mercilessly. Don't even need this. Don't need to see every door open and entrance. She already jerked his head towards the inside. We know she's going inside. The clerk lifted his quill. You'll speak plain and you'll swear it, he said without warmth. It goes in the book. It will be plain, Catherine said. She felt the weight of the token settled against her collarbone. I don't need to feel the weight. I think she gripped. She gripped her necklace. For strength. She stood when they called her. The hall had smelled of ink and old wool. She squared her shoulders and took the steps towards the hearing room. She would look him in the eye when she named him thief. She stepped into the hearing room. Keep stepping into the hearing room here. This is clearly like a vomit draft. A little short too, but maybe I need more. She stood when they called her. The hall smelled of... Seems out of place. Oh, it's even out of place here. The hall smelled of ink and old wool. The clerk lifted his quill. "You'll speak it plain, and you'll swear it," he said without warmth. "It goes in the book." "It will be plain," Catherine said. She gripped her necklace for strength. She stood when they called her. She squared her shoulders and took the steps toward the hearing room. She would look him in the eye when she named him thief. Don't even need this. Man, cut mercilessly. Yes, yes, yes. Things we can get rid of. She stepped into the hearing room. A narrow table, a clerk, a thin-lipped alderman, 2 marshalmen flanking a man dripping from the heat of the day. Thomas lifted his head. He found her. She met his gaze and did not blink. "Swear and speak it plain," the clerk said, sand shaker at the ready. "He took my purse," she said. "Paid the house with my coin." The alderman's quill twitched. "Describe him." Dark hair, split lip, seaman's hands. The clerk nodded. "Make your mark." He pushed the ledger toward her. Behind her, the burly marshalman gave a low, satisfied hum. Beside him, Thomas shifted as if to speak, and was stilled by a hand at his shoulder. I almost feel like here are my notes. Did Catherine actually end up losing anything here? How was the madam's advice proven right? We set up these stakes and then she goes and does the thing and it doesn't seem like anything happens. Would love to have Catherine's last words to Thomas here be about justice, without mercy, shares her hurt, her wounds, shares her hurt. We've already shared our wounds, share our hurt, like the calls out Thomas's exploitation of their condition. These are the things that I think are missing from this chapter. My goodness. So how to fix them, though? How to fix them? This is the writing part. This is the hard part. I don't have the answers. I have to figure it out. Oh, here are the notes for those. Let me scroll up so everybody can see. Boom. Okay, let me just take a small little step here. And step back here and think and pace. So let me start figuring out consequences of oh my goodness, what's happening in the chat? Very Artemis. Hello, Very Artemis. Welcome, welcome. How are you doing? Very Artemis, are you a writer? Love to have you in the chat. Thanks for coming in. Thanks for giving us your presence. Oh, love writing. Excellent, excellent. So Artemis, just to catch you up here, this is the chapter. Everything I'm highlighted here, plus some notes that we've been working on. You are in chapter 7 of a 30-chapter book. This is draft 4. And what we're doing now is we're kind of done with the rewrite, all the rewrites. Now we are doing the nitpickiness, the fine-tuning, the adjective selection, the punctuation, the flow, the phrasing, cutting down on overwritten sentiments, finding redundancies, cutting mercilessly. That is what we're doing here. And we're doing that till 3. I'll be doing that for the next 10 minutes. And then we're going to take a small hydration break. You came in just in time to earn yourself a break. And then we're going to do a little writer's room, a little online writer's room. I'm a screenwriter here in Los Angeles, California. And a lot of people on here have interest in writing and sometimes screenwriting. So I do a little bit of both. You're in the novel prose section today. And you will be coming in on the tail end of the writer's room. We started a premise last week. I'll catch everybody up on it. And then we do punch-ups and continue to do like little either sketches or shorts or whatever genre that we're interested in, but we try and make them all in under 5 pages. If you come back next Tuesday, it's most likely that we'll be starting a fresh idea. You can always bring ideas to pitch. We use the poll system here on Twitch to vote on the best ideas, the ones that excite us, really. There is no best idea, but the one that excites us the most. And then we do live brainstorming and pitching and writing and see what we can get done before the stream ends at 5 o'clock. Yeah, absolutely. Excellent, excellent. Okay, but glad to have you here. Also, let me do this real fast, Artemis, for new people. I'd love to, I'm going to pull up my Discord. Sometimes people share work and we talk about it, or if you always want to just have a community of writers to turn to look at your work or just talk about something that interests you about writing, whatever it may be. And I'm not online, there will always be a Discord that you can reach out to. Let me get that posted in the chat for you. Is it? I always... Oh, okay. I've got it. I've got it. Here we go. It's under invite. Wait. I thought I had it. Oh, right click. Invite people. There it is. Okay. I'm not really great at technology, you'll find out, but I do end up getting it done. There you go. That is the link to the Discord if you'd like to join it. Also, I will, maybe this is where I have to, also, I'm going to pin or add to the chat, Artemis, my YouTube channel, where you can always go and revisit this stream. It's kind of functions like Twitch's VOD. Every live stream that I have on here is captured to YouTube if you want to go and check out the earlier stuff. I always make vertical videos at the very beginning as well that I put into YouTube Shorts for quick little snippets of writing advice if you're interested. And yeah, it's just a good resource to have if you become, like, you know, a follower. Be sure to like and subscribe if you get something out of it. No pressure though, just excited to have you here. Oh, you joined, excellent, awesome. So you'll see a bunch of channels, and I don't know what you write, but if you write prose, there's a section for prose. If you write poetry, section for poetry, screenwriting, you know, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, thanks for joining. I'm so excited to have you. Okay, let's talk about some possible fixes. It's 2:55. We always treat writing like a job, right? So I'm going to write right up until 3, and then I'll clock out. And then, you know, the art of stopping is just as important as the art of starting. So let's talk about, and we'll probably pick up here next Tuesday. But we got to the end of 2 chapters. I just don't know that I'm done with this chapter 7 here. Let's try and answer our own questions that I'm having as a writer about this chapter. Did Catherine actually end up losing anything here? Remember, the madam of the brothel tells her that people look down on us. I know you want justice from the man who stole your coin from you, but is it worth it, essentially, for what's about to happen to you? So we have a record keeper, and so if it's about her status, maybe the record or the clerk is what I call them. The clerk records Catherine being from of a bawdy house, which I saw, it was a phrase that I discovered in the research that I thought was funny. And how about this? Because she's missing money, like, why are you doing this, right? So maybe, like, and because of this, is refused any sort of restitution. Like, if she was more desperate for the money, they're both poor. A poor person stole from a poor person. She took the chance, got put on record as being from a bawdy house, and still didn't get any sort of restitution. So the only thing that is going to be restitution for Catherine is merciless justice against Thomas Derrick, which is great because we do need. You're going to see later on in a chapter that deals with the courtroom scene, essentially. That he's going to try and weasel his way out of it, and she's just done. She's just done seeing this guy take everything from her. And if the only thing that we can give her is a sense of justice, then I want her to fight for it in the courtroom. So she does have an outburst, right? Hammer the gavel, order, 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 all this kind of stuff. This is actually setting up that moment, which I like. We're adding a little depth to her. What else? How was the madam proven right? I guess that's the same thing. They don't look kindly. So make sure that, so I need also need to make sure the clerk doesn't look kindly on Catherine. Like, that needs to come true. Otherwise, why did it exist? And if it ruins the flow of the end of chapter 7, then I need to go and cut it from the top of the chapter. Would love to have Catherine's last words to Thomas here be about justice without mercy, shares her hurt, calls out Thomas's exploitation of their condition. Yeah. So that beat is there. I just have to write it. I don't know if I have any ideas other than like you know, the court may find you mercy, but I do not. Oh, you know what? A good callback. Better one wool blanket than two bodies, he said. You left me with neither. Whoops, neither. Only an empty purse. I'll have justice, something like that. Even that needs to be punched up. Okay. Oh, it's past 3. All right. So this still this is where I stopped. I need to finish this bit. Okay, it's not our longest chapter. This happens, but it's okay because I'm just getting to the meat of the story, right? I want to sail through this novel. I wanted to read like Da Vinci Code. I'm aiming for short chapters. I'm not aiming for density. I'm aiming for a book that is cotton candy, you know, a fun little thrill ride where you pick up some history along the way without losing relationships, without getting hung up in Elizabethan era ness too much. It should hang in the background, but it shouldn't overtake the story itself. Okay, y'all, it is 3 o'clock. I'm going to save this. Always save your drafts. Saving, saving, saving. Saving, saving, saving. Okay, now let's take our 10 minutes. I'll be back at 3:10. It's 2 past, so 3:12. I'll be back at 3:12. Oh, wait, the chat's popping off? Oh, I got a raider? Shade Master Jade raiding with a party of 2. Got Mama and Cypher. Excellent. I am familiar with y'all. Hey, how's it going? How's the writing going today? Lurkin gonna take a nap. Understood. Understood. Please, please take that nap. Get your sleep in. Cypher. Chapters should be as long as they need to be. Yeah, I was telling them about As I Lay Dying, Cypher. One of my favorite chapters in ever is a single sentence. I forget which chapter it is, but in As I Lay Dying, they have one chapter that is, My Mother is a Fish. Hey, if he can do that, I can do this. I honestly, Scythe, I don't really think in terms of word count for chapters. I think in terms of word count for novels. So to me, a novel is 90,000 words or more, and a novella would be under 90,000 K. So I've never really thought about like the length of an average chapter, mostly because I come from a screenwriting background and I haven't had to. I just think about the whole shebang. Okay, everybody, I know you just rated, but I swear I will be back in 10 minutes. We're gonna take a small bathroom hydration break. And then we're going to get into our digital writer's room. So if you have the means, I highly recommend that you stick around, okay? I'll see you in 10 minutes.
Hey everybody, let's take a break. Get up and stretch your legs. Give your pet a scratch, drink some water. I'll be right back in about 10 minutes or so. everybody, the break is done. I hope you had some fun. I'm feeling great, can't procrastinate, 'cause I should be writing, so let's get back to the show.
How about now? Thank you. Thank you for letting me know. It's so frustrating. So frustrating. Oh my God, Mook, I do have to repeat all of this. Okay. Thank you. I try and tell people I am not tech savvy. I'm so glad I have some active participants in the chat. It's okay. We're just burning through time, that's all. Okay, so here on our writer's board, we have all of our ideas that we came up with. I'm just catching everybody up who may not have been here for our last writer's room session. A woman's late husband returns to her in the form of a stray dog. We landed on it being a comedy. We took polls and talked about, well, what's the delivery system? What is the vehicle? Was it going to be a podcast, a YouTube video, a self-confession blog? We ended up with TikTok video because we were using a reference. We're using the reference or comp, what is this? Comparable to Who the F Did I Marry? A popular series on TikTok. I was not familiar with it, so the last stream we went and watched a bunch of this woman's videos. Very compelling stuff. And then we started pitching ideas. They're all here on Post-it notes for you. I'll just let you read through them without having to go through too many of them, because I kind of did that while my mic was off already, and I don't want to kill too much more time. And then while you guys read through them, I'm going to go ahead and pull up the draft of what we've been working on, and we're going to continue to work on it. Okay. We ended up with the title, Our Marriage is Rover, working title. Okay. Let me see, screen capture, get my final draft up in here. Final draft. Our marriage is Rover. Okay. Okay, I know this looks a little messy. I'm going to shrink everything down, push it all over here. This is kind of where we were. I'll try and reorganize so that everything kind of fits into what we were doing. Shrink it all down. Just have our notes at a glance. Okay. This is something I use called Freeform. Came free with the Mac. I love it. It's a digital whiteboard, kind of an infinite whiteboard. I'll try and stack our notes here so we can read through everything. Okay. So let's get into the draft, shall we? Let's start at the top. Let's read through what we have and start to refresh ourselves. If anybody wants to understand what we're referencing, please go Google Who the F Did I Marry? You should be directed to a series of videos about a woman talking about being married to a pathological liar, manipulator, and so forth. And then you'll understand a little bit about the style that we're trying to adapt to here. Okay, so video one, it's a series, so we're going to do a short series. Video one, interior bathroom night, a woman, Joyce, pulled it out of nowhere. I've been watching Stranger Things, so maybe we called her Joyce from that. 40s stands with her hair wrapped in a towel, applying moisturizer and addressing her camera a la "Who the F did I marry?" Joyce. Hey everybody, it's your girl Joyce. I decided to start this TikTok series about how my late husband reincarnated as a dog that I adopted, because a lot of y'all don't believe me when I say it. I'm calling this series "My Marriage is Rover." I know it sounds like I'm joking. I do have a sense of humor, but y'all, if I don't find a way to laugh about it, it'll make me cry. So I'm just gonna lay it all out in the order that it happened. She puts the cap back on her moisturizer. I'm gonna be honest, even if it makes me look dumb. I'm gonna be respectful though. My hope is that if anyone else out there has experienced this, that you will reach out, and maybe if your loved one comes back as a pet, you can learn from my mistakes. She unwraps the towel and starts combing her hair. First, please follow me on all my socials, links in the bio. I gotta figure this shit out. Okay, I already see some stuff that I'd like to cut down on, but let's keep moving, and then we'll go and then we'll work through. Video 2, interior, car, day. Joyce sits in her car, speaking to her phone mounted on her dashboard. My husband, Tom, died in his human form in late April of last year. I was sad, of course. I was grieving and not going out very much. Then, on the exact same day Tom died, a year later, this stray pug wandered into my yard. And y'all, I looked at this dumb pug's little face, and I swear it recognized me. It came right up to me and started humping my leg, just like Tom used to do. I didn't think anything of it at the time, but a car horn honks. Joyce rolls down her window and waves them to go around. She rolls her window back up. So, I took Tom, the stray to me at this point, to the vet. He wasn't chipped and wasn't posted as missing anywhere, and he seemed to really like to nestle into my cleavage, also like Tom used to do, and I'll admit, it got me. He love-bombed me. Joyce takes a sip of a big gulp. Here's where it got crazy, though. As soon as I took him in, he knew exactly where everything was in the house already. He would get up on his hind legs and paw at Tom's photo as if to say, "That's me." And y'all, I'm telling you, I thought I was just suffering from grief, and my mind was playing tricks on me, but this little bastard knocked over a jar of dried spaghetti noodles and used them to spell out the name Tom. Photo, dried spaghetti spelling out Tom on the floor. So you know me, I'm all torn up. I called my mom, I called my BFF, I called my psychic. None of them would believe me. I started asking this little pug yes or no questions and told him bark once for yes, 2 for no. And you know what? He understood me. It was wild, y'all. Okay, so we have the first 2 videos of this series. We're at the bottom of the page here, so I almost want to go into video 3, which I'll do. And guys, we're going to get out a vomit draft first. And then we're going to go back and edit, make this really punchy, right? But we also told ourselves that we had an order that we were going to go in, right? Something that kind of felt a little natural, even if it's not the right choice now, at least it's a choice, where we're doing denial, rationalization, acceptance, anger, depression, bargaining, and then the denouement resolution. How does this whole thing end, right? So we have an intro, and then we cover denial. I think maybe a little bit of rationalization and acceptance can be part of video 3 as well. Like I rationalize that if it were true, then I'd be missing out on an opportunity, and if it weren't, I would have treated my pet Maybe that's the rationalization is one of our notes here, right? The rationalization is that dogs and husbands are so alike that it was just easy enough for me to treat my dog like my husband because X and Y, X and Y, X and Y anyway. So I'd rather be, so just in case I was right? Like how people are like, I'm not religious, but I'll pray just in case there's a heaven, something like that. That's the rationalization, and we still get to work in our bits, I think. So also want to like maybe change the location up a little bit. We need a little list of where people do TikToks. Give me a fun location that's realistic and grounded. We had her in the bathroom mirror. That's where the lady for Who the F Did I Marry series literally started hers as well. We just copied directly. And then she did a lot of them from her car. Pulled over on the side of the road, seatbelt still on sometimes. We did the car thing. But this is a comedy piece. Let's keep moving. Let's keep changing. Let's keep escalating, right? So now we have some grounded stuff. Now, as part of the writer's room, I would ask you, guys, I know where this series is going. I know what I need to write. I just don't know where I need to set it. What's somewhere that's grounded, that's escalating in a sense of humor, sense of funnyishness, where I can have her rationalize that dogs and husbands are basically the same set of responsibilities, and I'm going to take my chances that this is actually my husband. Okay? So writer's room, get into the chat. Tell me, where can I do this? Let's see. Mookie, I think it's part of the series that we're basing this off of, right? The woman in Who the F Did I Marry lived through the experience. I haven't watched the whole series, to be honest with you, so I'm not sure. But oftentimes when you're going through trauma, you're not thinking, I should document this for a series. Sometimes you have to go back and find your evidence, right? To make your documentary series. Usually the documentation of something happens to be an afterthought. I think that's what's happening here. I'm open to change. Pitch me some ideas. But the truth is that we're also writing something that we need to film. So unless you can train a pug to spell out Tom or have some sort of quick fix for it or whatever, I'm not doing visual effects. Somebody's got to point a camera at this. They've got to make it in a day with an actor, right? And it's got to look like a TikTok video. So we're just adhering to the tone and the reality of the piece, and we're also being production conscious, I think. I like the suggestion, dog park bench. Yes, this is past tense for her, and the dog is gone now. Once again, reference the Who the F Did I Marry videos. This is a woman recounting her experience being married to a pathological liar, manipulator, and she opens the story saying, I'm going to tell this in the order that it happened and try not to leave anything out, right? So we have one suggestion from Mookie about the dog park bench. Okay. I do think this is the kind of thing that might end up getting changed. Continuity. But I like it right now. So let's do exterior, dog park, bench, day. Joyce sits on a bench occasionally, distracted by dogs. If you're going to tell me I spelled something wrong. Why? Why? Let me see. Oh, first time in the chat. Ion Mech, I have so many great ideas that draw from my life experiences, but when I sit down at the keyboard, I can't seem to continue beyond a paragraph. Okay. Ion Mech 23, are we talking about just writing for you in general, or are we talking about this writer's room right now? My attention span must be too short. Well, this is a great experience for you, right? So check it out. Right now, you are in a digital writer's room. You're in a room full of writers, and you don't have to have a large attention span. You simply need to pitch a good idea for the moment, right? So to catch you up, I don't know if you just got into the chat, we're writing a TikTok parody of Who the F Did I Marry? Do yourself a favor right now. If you're ADHD, you're going to love this. Open up a new tab in your browser. Go to Who the F Did I Marry? Check out some of those TikTok videos. Just know that this is what we're spoofing, except our premise is that a woman's late husband has reincarnated into a stray dog that she's taken in, okay? And so use your short attention span to our benefit. All you need to do is pitch some ideas for what would be funny. Just know that we're kind of in the middle of it already. Check out all the post-it notes on our writer's board, posted to the left side of the screen, and see what we've already come up with, see if that generates any inspiration for you as well. David Attenborough voice work, The Life of a Dog, The Life of the Typical Husband. The similarities are staggering, and we're going to walk through the life of Joyce, one human. Excellent. I love that, but we have to stay on task. So as a showrunner, it's my job to tell you, Creative One, great idea, wrong genre. We are focusing on parodying the TikTok video of Who the F Did I Marry? That is our voice. That's how we're recreating this. And in that, there are no voiceovers. I love the David Attenborough take, but we've moved past that sale, and I've already landed on our tone. Mookie says, for me, it's practice, and sometimes you just have to push forward and write garbage. Yep, talk about that a lot. Also, Ion Mech 23, I'm going to do you a favor right now. I have a lot of videos on this on my YouTube channel. I have a lot of videos of this on my YouTube channel. I have a lot of shorts that deal with this exact same topic. Most of it is just understanding that writing for long periods of time is uncomfortable, and you have to get acquainted with the feeling of discomfort and do it anyway. Set small, manageable goals for yourself. Things that you can do in tiny bites that stack up over time. And also treat writing like a discipline. Give yourself a clock in time, a clock out time. Make it your job. It's hard because you're disciplining yourself and you're not doing it for a paycheck. But just know that between these hours, I am clocking in, and it's my job to produce this many pages before I clock out at 3 or whatever. Okay, excellent, excellent. So we have this this dog bench idea. Let me see. Let's get back into it. Get my window back up here. So many windows, y'all. Okay. This occasionally is driving me crazy. I want to know why it's wrong. There we go. Occasionally distracted by dogs. So we have, so Joyce is always filming herself on her phone, right? Actually, instead of being distracted, she should be focused on the video. Dogs sits on a bench. Dogs play behind her. So, This is just a note to self, the rationalization. Scroll up so you can see this a little bit better. Rationalization. Acceptance portion. Right? Dogs are like husbands anyway. Okay, so let's go and check our list. How are dogs and husbands the same? So let's do the rationalization acceptance. So it was wild, y'all. So I thought to myself, if I'm dismissive of this, I could be throwing away a chance to be with my husband again. And then I thought, you know what? If I'm wrong, then having a dog is like having a husband anyway. Okay, so now we've set ourselves up for all of our comparisons, right? They both need grooming, nails clipped, they both have to pick up after them. They both eat out of bowls and like to pee outside. Okay. Let me check the chat here. It takes me a while, y'all. There's so many windows. Let's see. I watched a video that said one thing that was lacking in today times is boredom. Boredom causes inspiration. We choose to find things to do in the moment to fill the void. Yeah, maybe there's a fine line there. Like, I don't know, like, there's a difference between being bored and allowing yourself time to think. Like, I can go and take a walk if I don't have anything else to do, and then allow myself time to think, to absorb nature, to sometimes, I don't know, sometimes doing nothing is important, but doing nothing doesn't necessarily mean that you are bored. I feel like being bored is a lack of understanding of what to do with your time, not necessarily that you have nothing to do. It's a very fine line, and maybe I'm being nitpicky here, but I feel like whenever I was a child, I was bored. I feel like as an adult, there's always, oh my God, there's always something I could be doing. When you understand that time is running out, the more time that you spend living, the more time you understand you're going to be closer to death, and the more that you want to accomplish before that happens. I feel like being a child, you can be bored because you have a lack of goals or understanding of mortality, or because as a child you haven't really developed your sense of want or need yet. Yeah, there we go. That's my opinion, I guess. Fast food booth, maybe like Burger King or something. Oh, like, but remember, Mookie, Joyce. Joyce is making all of these videos. Who is speaking to us? It is Joyce. So why would Joyce be in the fast food booth? Unless you're saying, like, as opposed to separately that Tom liked fast food, separate from that is that Joyce is at work. That's kind of funny. What does Joyce, that inspires another idea. What does Joyce do for work? And where can she be TikToking from work? That's funny. That is thematic to what we do. Is she like it just so happens is that she's a pet groomer, right? Something like that. Let's think about where Joyce works and like make her TikTok from that in our next video, okay? Let's see. He's experienced at filling the void. Yeah, I guess so. I'm kind of imagining the husband playing with other dogs while she's making the first vlog. Okay, sure thing. Yes, creative one. Or I guess that's the rule, guys. Are we showing the husband? Because remember, she's telling this in retrospect, and we have an ending that the husband, went to her sister's. So it's also possible that she's taken pictures with the dog. Think of it in terms of like pictures that we can show with Joyce and the dog. Like, this is the time, and I have photo evidence, right? It's documentary. It's past tense. These things have happened. So don't think about it as video unless it's pre-recorded video, and then give it to me in that context. So if it was pre-recorded video, you're saying you're imagining the husband dog playing with other dogs while she's making the first vlog. So he's just in the background, kind of. IronMech23 says, what if you add a moment where the pug tries to pick up and show photos of them together as humans? Okay, excellent. IronMech, I will say you came in a little late. We have that moment already. So let me just scroll up to the top. I know you kind of came in late. She talks about it. First is an intro video. He would get up on his hind legs and paw at Tom's photos as if to say, that's me. And y'all, I'm telling you, I thought I was just suffering from grief and my mind was playing tricks on me, but this little bastard knocked over a jar of dried spaghetti noodles and used them to spell out the name Tom. Okay? So yes, excellent idea. It is in there in that form already. But remember, we're on the park bench now. So let's try and keep focused on where we are. We're on the park bench. We're talking about how dogs and husbands are kind of the same thing. Joyce is rationalizing this choice to treat this pug as if it's Tom, whether it be true or not. And if we're looking for a place for her mind to go, then we go back to our writer's board, we go back to Freeform, and we check out what the next step is, which would be over here. So the rationalization and acceptance is happening. We have anger. But in this case, anger is going to be frustration in comedy. Also, what comes along with acceptance? I accepted the role of wife to a husband dog, right? So if you accept the role for a husband dog, that means so now we obey leash laws. We take walks once a day. So, oh, that makes me think like our relationship does improve. She looks off. We're calling. Okay. good memory. At first, our relationship was great. Maybe even better than when he was human. We got to spend real time with him. We went on walks every day. We played together. What else? Let's pull some stuff from the whiteboard. Let's pull some stuff from the whiteboard. I never had to worry about him not coming home. He was always there, waiting for me, happy to see me. He never complained about my cooking. Let me check the chat. I have a little bit more added, right? Let's see. Mookie says she is a school crossing guard and makes the kids in the cars wait while she does some vlogs. That might be too limited, much for a limited cast location thing. I do like it though. I think that's good, excellent. Even if we have to change it later, that's going to go in. Let me go ahead and pull it up. I'll put this in for video 4. Joyce at work as a crossing guard holds up traffic to make a post, to make the video, to film herself, to video herself. Okay. So that's where the next one will begin. That'll be exterior crosswalk day. Okay, but we still need to finish our video 3. I was understanding her not accepting the responsibility of a dog. Is she in a high responsibility role and doesn't want to add more to that responsibility, or more not liking that has to specifically be him, or a lack of responsibility enjoyed at all? I'm trying to figure out how to answer this. Okay, so what you need to understand, Creative One, I believe, is that yes, this all applies, but you have to put it into a story structure, right? She was down on her luck. She was in grief, and then it was a false victory. Her husband came back. Great. That's an inciting incident to a brand new life, and everything seems happy until it is not, right? So what you're talking about are beat changes, but what I'd like you to do is even get even more specific. What are the things that make her feel this way that she can tell us? And then whenever he did X, I felt Y. And then whenever I met him at Y, he went Z. You know, like, what are the responsibilities that became too much? Let's get specific. And then also figure out about where they should be placed, right? So we already have our, going back to the Post-it, we already know where we're headed, right? It's almost like an outline. So acceptance, anger, depression, bargaining, resolution. So if you're talking about an amount of responsibility that is going to overwhelm her, let's put that in video 4, the anger section. Or is she coping with the amount of responsibility because she's struggling to keep her husband and doesn't know what she wants to do anymore because it's not working out? let's put that in video 5, depression. Let's see. Mookie says maybe better than When He Was Human minus the humping, of course. I like that. Let me put that in. Minus the humping. Okay, excellent. Good job, guys. You're doing a good job. But remember, even if I also want to just reiterate something. Even if I say no to something, don't have a fear of saying the wrong thing or an unfunny thing. Truly, I know this is live and anybody can watch it or whatever, but the idea about a writer's room is that you've created a safe space to have these ideas and to explore. This is what separates us from AI. Our ability to make a mistake or turn a mistake into something subversive and funny, to take an idea that doesn't seem like it fits and use it as misdirection, or make us rethink the structure of a piece because we found by accident a funnier line, a funnier concept. And you know what? Even if it's a bad idea and we don't use it, good, we got it out of the way. We know what something is not now. There's a writing room expression called pitch, don't bitch, meaning as well that part of pitching etiquette is that if you don't like something, you don't just say, well, I don't like that. You have to understand why you don't like something, and then also give us a way to try and fix it, even if that is not the right answer, right? So we're always trying to go forward, not backward. We're not trying to hang on to old ideas and force them to work. We're always trying to build up on what we've established. Stand on the shoulders of other writers' ideas before you and reach for the next rung. Creative One says, I see, yeah, yee. I was thinking based on what kind of job would dictate how she sees him. If the job responsibilities are heavy and then has to walk him and feed him. Oh, I see what you mean. I see what you mean. So like, let's make, so what you're saying is potentially if Joyce was a Supreme Court judge and now she has to balance, and now she has to take her husband to work because she doesn't want to leave him alone for too long because he'll just hump everything if left to his own devices, that kind of thing. Gotcha. It'd be a little weird to see a Supreme Court justice make a video TikTok series, though. But I understand what you mean, yeah. But what that translates to, and what we can use from that, we can use parts of that Creative One, which is eventually the thing that leads to anger or depression is that these responsibilities stack up no matter what her job is. She is a human being. These responsibilities become too much and overwhelm her. And I think that belongs in either video 4 or 5, honestly. Having to add a doggy door, then having to add a fence because he ran off, wants to visit friends. Yes, yes. Now we're on the right track, right? Right. So those things are gonna be in the next video. I mean, in the next video sequence. So what we'll do is we'll make a little note here. Expensive. No job. Add doggy door. Add fence because he ran off to see friends. Good. Good, good, good. Giving her a raise, but with added pressures. Who's giving her a raise? Maybe better than... I lost your train of thought there. Giving her a raise. Unless she's up for a raise and then having a husband dog stops it somehow, gets in the way of. Think of it in terms of like, how does the having a husband dog get in the way of her progress? Tom Vault, you're new to the chat. Welcome, welcome. I hope you're enjoying the writer's room process here. But let's keep going. We have to keep writing. Let's keep writing. Let's keep writing. Let's get back to video 3. Let's read through this again and make sure that it has like a clear arc, almost like a little 3-act structure, okay? So we're at the dog park on a bench during the day. Joyce sits on a bench, dogs play behind her. So I thought to myself, if I'm dismissive of this, I could be throwing away a chance to be with my husband again. And then I thought, you know what? If I'm wrong, then having a dog is like having a husband anyway. They both need grooming, nails clipped, you know. What's another? I feel like nails clipped isn't good rhythm. Nails clipped, some, da da da. When they talk about comedy as music, feels like we need 3, right? They both need grooming, nails clipped, fur trimmed, teeth brushed, nails clipped, teeth brushed. Anal glands excreted. So I almost want to do this. Sometimes the way you can punctuate things can. Either way, I have to pick up after them. They both eat out of bowls and like to pee outside. Let's do another rule of 3 here, comma. Eat out of bowls and like to pee outside. And faster, funnier, and pee outside. You'll notice that when we go back and start doing a little bit more tinkering, the faster and funnier, the faster the funnier, faster, funny, faster, louder, funnier. It's kind of the name of the game. So we're gonna see how little words we can do all of these vlogs in to like really pack all of these punches. Dewormed. I even like that better than nails clipped. Nails clipped. Dewormed. It makes me think that like Tom had a very specific story, and while anal glands is funny, dewormed could actually be rooted in reality. It's a better suggestion than anal glands. That's the low-hanging fruit. That was the first draft, first idea. Dewormed insinuates that like Tom could have had a tapeworm or ringworm or something like that, something gross. And literally both dogs and humans can get it. I like that much better. Video 3 with a tappy panda. I'm not really sure what that means. I'd already bought him a leash. I like, you know what I like about what you said there, Creative One? He started to resent the leash. That's a good way into her. While I know you were talking about, I already bought him the leash, whatever, but really, like, there's something about a leash where there's a trope on like how a wife, how tightly kept a husband is to the wife, and I think we should play on that trope in that wordplay. So see how, like, even though I didn't use your suggestion directly, it informed another idea. It's better to say things than not. Okay, so if I'm wrong, then so I'm so I thought to myself, I could be throwing away a chance to be with my husband again. And then I thought, you know what? If I'm wrong, then having a dog is like having a husband anyway. They both need grooming, nails clipped, teeth brushed, dewormed. Either way, I have to pick up after them. Oh, the misplaced modifier. Either way. Either way, I have to pick up after them. They're going to have to be picked up after. Either way, they're going to eat out of bowls and pee outside. She looks off, recalling a good memory. At first, our relationship was great, maybe even better than when he was human, minus the humping. You know, I got to spend real time with him. We went on walks every day. We played together. I never had to worry about him not coming home. He was always there, waiting for me, happy to see me. He never complained about my cooking. And it feels like a but then is coming. Then Joyce's face tightens. She stares to the camera. Anything else before acceptance, before we move on? Seems like we're about to move on from video 3 to video 4. But then, whoops. But then I brought home a leash and everything changed. And then we'll go to video 4. Put it on a separate page. Oh, I guess we haven't been doing that. I don't know why I pushed it down. Maybe still in novel mode. Okay. Okay, let's let me pitch something to you, Mookie. You say collar and leash, but I feel like one should do the job, right? Button. When you say and something, it feels like it kind of deflates the plosiveness out of the punchline. And so I'm also thinking to like bounce off of yours, to pitch not bitch. What if it's just about because what if it's the thing that the collar and the leash symbolize, right? So what if she tries to chip him? So, but when I put a microchip in him, when I chipped him, everything changed. And then we can assume that she had a collar and a leash in the next video. He started to resent putting on his collar and he never wanted to wear his leash. And then things start to spiral down in 4. We're trying to keep it under 5 pages, so we're kind of nearing the end. We've got to get to the downfall and then the resolution where he goes to his sisters. If we go a little over, it's fine. Just try and keep it around 5 pages. Okay? So Mook, what do you think about my note on your note? Out of curiosity. You understand like where I'm trying to go here? To try and like give that final video a button, and why something has a little less power than and something, because it's a button and it's the end of the scene, right? Yes, time limited makes a difference. I resent you, and will now storm out of the room. Excellent, cool. I just like to get on the same page with people. It's like in a real writer's room, you're also going to have to like adapt to a showrunner's style. Other people are going to be different than me. Like every single writer's different. Their imaginations are different. They're almost the directors of the room, and a director's job is to be the host of the party, set the tone of the party. How's this party going to go? I like putting a button on it, get the right build up. Okay, so I'm going to assume that you did mean that you want me to chip him. But then I took him to the vet to get chipped. Everything changed. I have this other idea that popped up, going back to the anal glands. It's probably video 5. Always thought he liked my sister better. She says she expresses his anal glands. I'm like, girl, knock yourself out. Okay. All right. So now we're at crosswalk day, right? We know where. Oh, we're almost on page 4, guys. We're really getting towards the end of this. We have time. I bet we're gonna start. I bet we're gonna get to a punch-up session before time is out. I'm really excited for you guys to get this far on it. Okay, excellent. Okay, so crosswalk day. Joyce, at work as a crossing guard, holds up traffic to video herself. Joyce. So we said, so now so at this point, it's been a few weeks, and he's and he won't, and he pulls off his collar and doesn't want to be leashed. Try to compromise and use my savings to put in a doggy door. Oh, let's use the savings for the Finch. Try to compromise, and I had a doggy door installed. But then he would run off and visit his friends. So I had to dip into savings and build a fence. right? Okay, so this is the downfall. Everything's starting to fall apart for Joyce here. Let's, when in doubt, we could always go back to our idea board. Nails clip, put them in a, put them in a kennel. I got to the point where he wasn't listening to me. And y'all, I swear I didn't want to do this, but I kenneled his ass. Idea board, idea board. Let's break up these ideas for the actor with some action. So give me a crossing guard action. We know she's bad at her job. She's holding up traffic to video herself. Maybe she starts fanning herself with the stop sign. And then we were saying, what is it? Oh, housebroken, the housebroken stuff. Ooh, I like that better, Mook. Addressing the, I like the addressing the format, and that would probably be more realistic. Excellent suggestion. Let's put it in. I want to just put a little note here. That's what I wanted to talk about there. Okay, so car honks, and she yells back at them. I'll put it in the parenthetical and save a line. Yells at car. Hold on a minute. And then we'll just do continues. Or Joyce directs her attention back to her phone. Okay. And then the housebroken bit. No, I know. It's housebroken. Then starts rebelling, and she the house. Let's see. Numbers on the dialogue. Yeah. Talk with the new boss. Creative one, be more specific. What does that mean? Pitch me the specificity. I don't understand. Let's see. Sorry, I was talking with my new boss while I'm. Oh, okay, okay. I thought you were pitching me an idea. Okay, well, let's keep going then. Okay, so guys, we're getting towards our page 5. It's got to be the resolution. Let's take a look at our whiteboard. The anger, the depression. I mean, it's starting to feel kind of like the same beat. We actually kind of started off with the depression. I kind of want to. It feels like we're accelerating right now, and depression could potentially slow down the comedy of this. It could also serve as a devil's advocate. It could also serve as a little moment where the audience gets to take a breath before you lower the boom, right? Like, so one day, so I take away his toys, then I'm home from work the next day. He's dug a hole under the fence and escaped. That's a good idea. It's a good question, Mook, right? We know the resolution we know a bit from the resolution. We don't know the totality of the revolution. We know what Joyce wants. She wanted her husband back and then got him back in stray dog form and then has regretted it. And so what Joyce wants is really companionship, right? Like, she misses her husband and but just can't deal with him in this form. It makes her realize that maybe she didn't miss her husband. Maybe what she really did miss was companionship. Maybe a good button for this last video would be like, and so I got a cat, right? Or I got a stuffed animal, or I just got a new husband, right? And it's like, and maybe the new husband makes an appearance as like, and I'm a dog, and I might be a human, but I'm still a dog, right? Something like that. Just a nice little button where Joyce gets the companion, not that she wants, but the companion that she needs. That would be the resolution. Okay, let's keep trucking. Dogbin snatches her phone and runs off. I like to think that she is able to track him, and she tracks him to her sisters, right? So maybe this thing needs 6 videos on pug legs. I like that phrase. He couldn't get too far on pug legs, right? Guys, you want to pitch me another location for where Joyce is doing this from? So far, we started in the bathroom, had her do it from her car. We had her do it from her job as a crossing guard. My instinct was to put her back at home, and deliver this kind of like resolution. But I don't know. I'm open to ideas. Writer's Room, pitch me some ideas for the location of our video 5. Where's Joyce making this video from? Bring it. Okay, let's make it. Let's make it a 5-act structure. Let's go ahead and throw the sister stuff in here. Let's. It's 4:30. It's 4:30. We're going to be ending the stream at 5. Let's go ahead and write the last video, and then we're going to go back through and do punch-ups. What's the quickest, cleanest way we could deliver all of these jokes? Is this the funniest lines, the funniest words that we can use? Kind of a situation. Okay, I like it. Also, like writing on a deadline, right? I have a little over 30 minutes to do this, to get it done. I think I Am Mech was talking about not being able to write for long periods of time. This is a great way too, just to set arbitrary deadlines for yourself. Or maybe start your own Twitch channel so people on the other side of the camera can hold you accountable to your work. That works too. Okay, Mookie says, bring it full circle and go back home. So let's put her in her living room. Interior, living room. Okay. There's a weird space here. There we go. Nope, never mind. Just a normal space. This doesn't work. This is not an action. This is a slug line, scene heading. So I had always suspected he had liked my sister better. Find out she's been expressing his anal glands. I'm like, girl, keep him. Joyce sits on her couch. Let's see. A man. Let's call him Tony. I don't know. Tony. Good looking guy sits on the couch next to Joyce. Oh, goldfish? Okay, remember I'd have to buy a goldfish here. Let's think of it for production. I don't want to end up with a goldfish in my house. I like the idea. I really do. And if this was like Saturday Night Live and we had a budget and a goldfish went somewhere or can go back to the pet store. I like the idea of having a human who's like, so I learned that I liked having a dog more than I like having a husband, and then I met Tony online, and Tony can lean in and be like, "Hey y'all, what's up? I might be a man, but I got that dog in me." Ha ha ha! Right? You know, like and then it's like a little happily ever after kind of a situation. A good boy. Oh, you like keep them. Keep them. Better yet, the goldfish POV through the fishbowl. Maybe. So it's almost like a double punchline if we want to include both, right? Like, so I got myself a new pet and a new husband, and then Tony sits down. So I went, got myself a new pet. Joyce points across the room, angle on fishbowl, goldfish in a fishbowl. Maybe I'll just use B-roll footage. Tony to Joyce. Ba -ba 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 -ba. Let's see, Tony. Tony flexes his bicep, and Joyce touches it, smiles. Be sure to like and subscribe. Okay. All right. So we did it all. Video 5's pretty short compared to our other ones, but it doesn't matter. We're gonna go cut them down. Y'all, great job. We got to the end of it. We got to the end of a less than 5-page sketch, a TikTok parody of Who the F Did I Marry? And yeah, I'm proud of us. So let's take a look at what we have. We'll read through, and then we'll cut mercilessly to make it as fun and funny as possible. And also go through with me if you have ideas for funnier words. Also, ways to cut down to say ways to say things faster that still sound like it's in Joyce's voice, right? A woman, Joyce, 40s, stands with her hair wrapped in a towel, applying moisturizer and addressing her phone instead of her camera. Her phone, a la Who the F Did I Marry? Hey everybody, it's your girl Joyce. I decided to start this TikTok series about how my late husband reincarnated as a dog that I adopted. There's like no adoption process. I decided to start this TikTok series about how my late husband reincarnated as a dog because a lot of y'all don't believe me when I say it. I'm calling this series My Marriage is Rover. I know it sounds like I'm joking. I do have a sense of humor because y'all, if I don't find a way to laugh, I'll cry. So I'm just gonna lay it all out in the order it happened. She puts the cap back on her moisturizer. I'm going to be honest, even if it makes me look dumb. I'm going to be respectful, though. My hope is that if anyone else on... I feel like I don't need this as long as she does it. My hope is that if anyone else out there has experienced this, that you will reach out, and maybe if your loved one comes back as a pet, you can learn from my mistakes. She unwraps a towel and starts combing her hair. First, please follow me on all my socials, links in the bio. I gotta figure this shit out. I don't know about, I gotta figure this shit out. Video 2. If she does it, if she asks for this every time, then maybe it always needs to be at the end of every video. That way on the last video it can feel like an afterthought. Okay, back to the top. Let me check the chat. Oh, welcome back, welcome back. Yes, Mook. Figuring it out, that's a in it and less documentary language. Yeah, perfect. Ooh, Creative One on a 5-stream streak. What's up? Well, way to go. Thanks for showing up all the time. I appreciate you. Okay, so we just did a quick learn from my mistakes. Video 2, let's get to video 2. Interior car day. Joyce sits in her car speaking to her phone mounted on her dashboard. My husband Tom died in his human form in late April of last year. Here's an opportunity. How did Tom die? What's a funny way for Tom to die? Anybody have a fun way for Tom to die that we can? It's an opportunity to just sneak in like one little quick joke. Can't be too long. It can't eat up a bunch a time. Let me see. How do I think Tom should die? Like ate a botulism? Like he ate a bad can of peaches or something? I'm just trying to think of something odd. It can't just be like cancer or something. Not funny. Cancer. Funny way to die. Tying shoes in the crosswalk. A non-dog related death? I don't know, maybe. I'm open. My husband Tom died of botulism in his human form. Died of botulism in late April of last year, right? Died tying his shoes in the crosswalk. Died tying his shoes in the crosswalk in late April of last year. Also tangles into the pug legs. Oh, did I mention pug legs? I wanted to use that word. It's whenever he ran off to the sisters. His little pug legs. Okay. All right. But back, let's focus on one video at a time here. Shoes in the crosswalk. Mookie, pitch one. I like that it's thematic. Creative One, I like that it's thematic. I just kind of want to say it as quick as possible. That is quick. That is quick. trying to install a windshield wiper. I like that too. My husband Tom died in his human form in late April of last year trying to install a windshield wiper. Like, how, what? How did that? How? My husband Tom died in his human form in late April of last year. In his human form, tying his shoes in a crosswalk in late April of last year. And then in the very next video, we see Joyce being a crossing guard. They're both really good. They're both really good. Okay, we got to take a poll. This is what it's for. How did Tom die? Funniest answer. Tying shoes in crosswalk. Installing windshield wiper. Install windshield wiper. Or botulism. I don't know how to spell botulism is what I just learned. Whatever. I know it's misspelled. I don't care. Is it with a U? Alright, guys. This is where the writer's room really helps out. We have 4 people in here. We'll make this a democratic process just so we can do it and move on. We have less than 2 minutes now to vote. Miss Ian Mech. Okay, how did Tom die? Funniest answer. You have to vote. You're running out of time. Botulism. Got one for botulism. Okay, well just then vote on crosswalk if you want, Mook. And I'll substitute the nickel in later. Oh, Shade Master Jade. Oh, great. If you have no context, then that's almost better. What's funniest to you? How did Tom die? Voted botulism? Okay. Anonymity gone. Oh my gosh. Anybody else? Anybody else? Botulism. Ooh, pasta. Botulism. He dies of botulism. Botulism. With a U. You're right. Died in his human form from botulism from late April last year. Okay. Okay. We did it. We did it. We could always change it later. My husband Tom died in his human form from botulism in late April of last year. I was sad, of course. I was grieving and not going out very much. Then, on the exact same day, well, I was sad, of course, and I was grieving and not going out very much. Or redundant. I was grieving and not going out very much. Then, on the exact same day Tom died, a year later, this stray pug wandered into my yard. And y'all, I looked at this dumb pug's little face, and I swear it recognized me. It came right up to me and started humping my leg, just like Tom used to do. I didn't think anything of it at the time, but he ate food out of a dented can. Yeah, that'll do it. That'll get you the botulism. A car horn honks. Joyce rolls down her window and waves them to go around. She rolls her window back up. So, I took Tom, the stray to me at this point, to the vet. He wasn't chipped and wasn't posted as missing anywhere, and he seemed to really like to nestle into my cleavage, also like Tom used to do. And I'll admit, it got me. He love-bombed me. Joyce takes a sip of a big gulp. Here's where it got crazy, though. As soon as I took him in, he knew exactly where everything was in the house already. He would get up on his hind legs and paw at Tom's photos, as if to say, that's me. And y'all, I'm telling you, I thought I was just suffering from grief, and my mind was playing tricks on me. So, I think I was just suffering from grief and my mind was playing tricks on me, or the same thing. She said she was grieving earlier. I was grieving and not going out very much, is what she says. How about this? I thought my grieving mind was playing tricks on me. I'll lie before you. I'm telling you, I thought my grieving mind was playing tricks on me, but this little bastard knocked over a jar of dried spaghetti noodles and used them to spell out the name Tom. Photo, dried spaghetti spelling out Tom on the floor. So you know me, I'm all torn up. I call my mom, I call my best friend, I call my psychic. None of them would believe me. I started asking this little pug yes or no questions and told him 1 bark for yes, 2 barks for no. And you know what? He understood me. It was wild, y'all. First, please follow me on all my social. Oh, wait. Also, follow me on all my socials for more. Oops. To see how this ends. Video 3. Exterior. Dog park, bench, day. Joyce sits on a bench. Dogs play behind her. So, I thought to myself, I could be throwing away the chance to be with my husband again. And then I thought, you know what, if I'm wrong, then having a dog is like having a husband anyway. They both need grooming, nails clipped, teeth brushed, dewormed. Either way, they're going to eat out of bowls and pee outside. Either way, they're going to eat out of bowls and pee outside. She looks off, recalling a good memory. At first, our relationship was great, maybe even better than when he was human, minus the humping. I got to spend real time with him. We went on walks every day, we played together, I never had to worry about him not coming home. He was always there is not him not coming home. He was always happy to see me. He never complained about my cooking. But then Joyce's face tightens and she stares into the camera. I took him to the vet to get chipped, and everything changed. Follow me on all my socials. Links in the bio. Video 4, exterior crosswalk. Joyce at work as a crossing guard holds up traffic to video herself. So, at this point, it's been a few weeks, and he pulls off his collar, and he doesn't want to be leashed. I try to compromise, and I had a doggy door installed. I tried to compromise, and I had a doggy door installed, but then he would run off and visit his friends. So I had to dip into savings and build a fence. It got to the point where he wasn't listening to me, and y'all, I swear I didn't want to do this, but I kenneled his ass. A car honks. Hold on a minute, I got 5,000 followers waiting for this. What have you got? That's what I thought. Joyce directs her attention back to her phone. And you know I know he's housebroken. And he knows I know. And he knows I know he's housebroken. But then he starts not rebelling. But then he starts shitting all over. Shitting everywhere. Because we already use housebroken. And y'all know he knows better. We already know that. We said that at the top. And he starts shitting everywhere. So I take away his toys. Then when I come home from work the next day, he's dug a hole under the fence and escaped. So I use the chip I put in. We know that. So I use the chip to track him. And guess where this fool ran to with his little pug legs? My sisters. Follow and subscribe. Video 5. Interior, living room, day. Joyce sits on her couch. So, I had always suspected he had liked my sister better. Come to find out, she's been expressing his anal glands, and I'm like, girl, keep 'em. Joy points across the room, angle on goldfish in a fishbowl. So I went and got myself a new pet. This needs to be here. Joyce. And a new man. Tony, a good-looking guy, sits on the couch next to Joyce. I may not be a reincarnated canine, but I got that dog in me. Tony flexes his bicep, and Joyce touches it and smiles. Be sure to like and subscribe. Okay, so I feel like it's weird that Tony gets the punchline. I feel like Joyce is our main character. She's been leading the video. It's weird that she doesn't get like the final laugh. So let's do this. Writer's room. You have less than 5 minutes to give me a punchline for Joyce. The last thing that she says before be sure to like and subscribe. What's funny? What's the revelation? Did she get what she wanted and not what she needed? Or did she get what she need and not what she want? Are all men the same? Is it a dog-eat-dog world? Give me something, writer's room. You're here to be creative. You're writers. Pitch, pitch, pitch. Give me something, give me something, give me something. Mm-hmm. 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 Oh, Mookie, I like it. I might still need that leash. I'm gonna give her like one of those, in the old days they'd call it Sato. I'm gonna just go ahead and say what it means, because it's 2025 aside. I may still need that leash, and then we'll do a beat, and then be sure to like and subscribe. And then a hard cut out. Done. And 5 pages. Yes. Yes. Excellent, guys. We did it. Ooh. Woo! With 4 minutes to spare, and Mookie came in for the win on the punchline. Y'all, you did it. You participated in a writer's room. It took us 2 sessions to work through all of the ideas and then get it fleshed out in its form. But this is a really great first draft. You know, if this was SNL, we would spend more time rewriting it. And honestly, we still might. You know, I'll hand this off to a director, and then they might have their own situation. They may be like, I'm not getting a goldfish. I'm not cutting to B-roll. I want it to be my footage. I don't like this location. I don't want to be outside. I want to be in a place where I can control the lighting, you know, that kind of thing. Or like a dog park is too random. I can't keep the shots consistent, blah, blah, blah. You know, we'll always, things will always kind of like change to meet the needs of the production, and we're going to be folding in more creative visionaries who have their own approach that'll elevate the piece. But this is great, y'all. We did it. I'm just so proud of you, and I'm so proud of like everybody who came in and like pitched ideas that were great, that were open to pitching ideas, that were receptive to criticism. Sometimes I had to like say no and get us back on the path, or get us to focus on, you know, what we're looking at right now in the now. So that being said, guys, you have another week before we do another writer's room. I'd still love to see you guys come back to the table with some more ideas. We'll write another one. It'll be fun. It's really great being collaborative. It's wonderful to know that if you're stuck, somebody can kind of come in with the right line or a location or an idea. And I think like we did it. And I think, you know, I have joy being the quote-unquote showrunner of the writer's room and making sure that we stay on task and that we complete the task, which we have done today. What the dog doing? Oh, my dog. She's whining. It's time to end the stream because she really, really, really wants to go out for a walk, and she wants to play, and she's starting to get really anxious about it. She's seeing the sun going down and thinking that we're running out of time. So don't worry, sugar. I'm ending the stream now. So y'all, with that being said, thank you so much for coming to the stream. It means so much to me that you're here and that you take time out of your day to participate. And I just love that you're just as interested in writing as I am. Let me see who else. Who we want to raid today. Let's see who we want to raid today. Okay. I see that Gabe is not online. Here's what I want to do. One of my favorite streamers, Squeaka, is doing a charity raise. Is she still on? Let me see. She's doing a charity stream, or she's raising money for the American Cancer Society, but she is currently offline. Okay, let me try somebody else. Okay, I know Cypher. Cypher's online. Let's raid Cypher. Raid Cypher Robinson. Okay, I'll get that raid going, guys. It was a pleasure writing with you today. Thank you so much. My name is Derek DeNicola. I'm a writer-producer out here in Los Angeles, California. Don't forget to go to my YouTube channel and like and subscribe. It really helps me out in the long run. I really appreciate you. And now I'm going to kick you over to Cypher Robinson and just enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you so much. Bye.